Basi kama tunavyoona wenzetu ambao walianza safari yao pale KCB kuelekea hapa wameweza kufika.
Contraception, especially among sexual active young people, and sexual and reproductive health education.
All this has led to even more grim statistics, with 1 in every 5 teenage girls between the age of 15 to 19 years being either pregnant or has already given birth. 11% of girls between the ages of 15 to 19 years having experienced FGM. 7% of girls and 3% of boys between the ages of 15 to 19 years having ever experienced sexual violence, and a sizable proportion of girls being married before the age of 18.
There is hope though. In this digital era where 70% of youth are online, information is everywhere.
Asanteni sana bendi ambayo imeongoza msafara ulioanza pale KCB mpaka hapa Saina. Tunapenda kuwashukuru sana na kuwapongeza pia wale ambao wametembea na nyinyi. Karibuni sana. Mtaendelea tu na matumbuizo, kisha baadaye tutaanza programu yetu rasmi. Haya, NCPD kwaya mmekuja, karibu. Basi bendi mnaweza kuendelea kidogo, nyimbo moja mbili tunapojiandaa kuanza maadhimisho haya rasmi. Hawa ambao wanabana mnaweza simama pembeni kidogo tu hivi ili kiongozi wa bendi aonekane. Kwa sasa nitawaagiza baadaye muendelee kushikilia bana hiyo. Asanteni sana kwa kazi nzuri. Ndirango pande ile ili wenzetu wa kamera kusaya hivi. Hapo tosha. Abeli. Lakini
yangu kuna baba moja.
Moreover, parents and caregivers must now equally play an active role in the lives of young people by being available and offering relevant guidance on difficult topics such as sexuality.
That's very true. The case for investing in young people now is more than clear.
The solution is truly simple. Invest in the youth. Investments in the health, education, employment, and overall well-being of young people is crucial in helping them reach their full potential. Empowering the youth greatly enhances Kenya's productivity and prospects for development.
When given the right opportunities, youth are effective drivers of change and can create a resilient, sustainable future. And that is the future we want.
COVID has affected because of this social distancing. There is no interaction between people. So even the chiefs who are going all over the community to ensure that there is no FGM undergone, they were afraid of contacting COVID. So they quit the job. The anti-FGMs, the NGOs, they quit that job for a while. So it gave those people in the community the chance to practice FGM even highly. And more girls had undergone FGM, especially in this community. Many girls have undergone FGM. And in our community, when you undergo FGM, definitely you are ready for marriage.
During this COVID-19, you can see many parents were fired from their jobs. Now they did not have money to cater for the girls' essentials like the sanitary pads. The girls are forced to go to involve themselves in sexual activities so that they can get some things like sanitary pads and other essentials to cater for themselves.
The girls we talk to, okay, tuliwapata kama wapatangi, ni sisi tulikuwa tunawapea. So they were also, you see, we asked them how they get the sanitary towels. And then you hear mwingine anasema, mimi napatanga kwa rafiki yangu anampea pesa, naenda kubuy pads. And how do you get them? Sometimes they tell you they sleep with them.
Shuleni ilikuwa kama kwa mfano umeingia hapo kwenye hiyo kipindi chako, ulikuwa unaweza hata kumfuata mwalimu na akakupatia kama 2 boxes ama 3 hivi. Lakini sasa imekuwa vigumu sana.
We heard about COVID when we were at school. Our principal announced it on parade and she told us we have to go back at home. And when we came back home, life has become hard than before.
Maisha yalipokuwa kabla ya COVID kuingia, tulikuwa sawa kwa sababu ya shuleni. Tunasoma vizuri, tunakula vizuri, tunavaa vizuri. Lakini tangu tulipoingia corona, yani upande wa kazi kwa wazazi hamna, upande wa kula pia ni shida, mavazi, na hata nyumbani waweza kusoma swali ukayani hilo swali walijua, lakini kujibu waweza jibu vizuri, wengine wasoma hauelewi na hakuna mwalimu wa karibu wa kuwa utaweza kumuuliza hilo swali.
Learning now that we are at home, for some people like us who we cannot afford that tuition fee, it is somehow too difficult for us because we are just reading our books, past notes, revising.
Shuleni kulikuwa kuna kama zile group discussion. Tulikuwa kama umeshindwa na swali hivi na form group mnaulizana. Na pia kule kulikuwa kuko kimya kama mwasoma kwa sababu mtakuwa na mwalimu kuko kimya. Lakini huku nyumbani sasa imekuwa vigumu, ukitaka kusoma uwezi, watoto wanacheza wanapiga kelele uwezi.
COVID has affected because of this social distancing. There is no interaction between people. So even the chiefs who are going all over the community to ensure that there is no FGM undergone, they were afraid of contacting COVID. So they quit the job. The anti-FGMs, the NGOs, they quit that job for a while. So it gave those people in the community the chance to practice FGM even highly. And more girls had undergone FGM, especially in this community. Many girls have undergone FGM. And in our community, when you undergo FGM, definitely you are ready for marriage.
During this COVID-19, you can see many parents were fired from their jobs. Now they did not have money to cater for the girls' essentials like the sanitary pads. The girls are forced to go to involve themselves in sexual activities so that they can get some things like sanitary pads and other essentials to cater for themselves.
The girls we talk to, okay, tuliwapata kama wapatangi, ni sisi tulikuwa tunawapea. So they were also, you see, we asked them how they get the sanitary towels. And then you hear mwingine anasema mimi napatanga kwa rafiki yangu anampea pesa naenda kubuy pads. And how do you get them? Sometimes they tell you they sleep with them.
Shuleni ilikuwa kama kwa mfano mingi hapo kwenye hiyo kipindi chako. Ulikuwa unaweza hata kumfuata mwalimu na akakupatia kama 2 boxes ama 3 hivi. Lakini sasa imekuwa vigumu sana.
Hi, my name is Biko with a Q.
And I am Queen with a Q too.
We, the youth of today, are the current and future leaders.
We are the future of this world. Let me indulge you in some math, though I know it is interesting to a few. I promise Biko and I will make it interesting for everyone to hear and see. So put your seatbelts on and let's go for a ride.
For sure, you see, numbers never lie.
Never.
Today's adolescents and youth are 1.8 billion strong and 1/4 of the world's population. In Kenya, 75% of the population is below the age of 35 years, with adolescents 10 to 19 years representing 24.5% of the population and numbering approximately 11.6 million, while the youth between the ages of 18 to 34 years represent 29% of the population and are estimated at 13.7 million.
Imagine that. And Biko and I are part of that huge family. Indeed, this large youthful population can spur the country's development agenda if the right investment are made in the health, education, empowerment and employment of the youth.
Kenya can indeed reap the demographic dividend. Do you know what that is? It is accelerated economic growth achieved by having a large proportion of people of working age compared to dependents.
That's very true, Biko. At the moment, unemployment amongst the youth has become a thorn in the flesh in many developing countries like ours, Kenya. Unfortunately, about 16.3% of youth between 18 to 34 years who are economically active are unemployed.
And what about education? Great strides have been made to ensure high school enrollment, transition, and completion rates from pre-primary to secondary school level.
Nonetheless, gaps still exist in transition and completion rates between primary and secondary school level.
Teenage pregnancies and harmful cultural practices such as female genital mutilation and child marriages are some of the barriers to
basi watu wote waweze kuchukua nafasi zao sasa, watu wakakae, tusitishe shughuli hizo. Jamani, tutoke hapo sehemu hiyo, magari yataingia sasa hivi. Wananchi tuketi tafadhali. Na niombe kwamba tusambae, tuingie kwa mpaka kwa viti hivi.
Get Brian, unasema?
Asanteni sana vijana. Jamani, tuwapongeze kwa makofi ili msichoke sana. Haya, AIC Seuri, karibuni sasa. Muko tayari? Ni kujiandaa.
I'm Dr. Mohamed Abdikadir Sheikh, the Director General of the National Council for Population and Development. Wazazi tuwaomba mwatunze watoto.
Karibieni hapa. Alafu Grace na Nana nitaomba mjiandae. Grace na Nana, where are you? Umekaa wapi? Grace na Nana, where are you? Mko upande huo, very good. Sawa, twende kazi. Hiyo ni practice. Alafu si imechukua muda jamani. Twende kazi. Haya basi, ningependa kuwatangazia kwaya AIC na wale wengine. Unaona hapo mmeimbia, itakuwa hapo hapo tutakapoanza. Tumefanya mabadiliko kidogo, kwa hivyo makundi yote ambayo tuko nayo hapa mjue kwamba ni nyuma ya kamera pale. Kwa hivyo hamtakuja sehemu hii ambayo nilikuwa nimewatangazia hapo awali. Tumeona sehemu hiyo ndio itakuwa nzuri kwenu. Asanteni sana. DJ.
Tupongeze serikali yetu kwa jitihada za kujali maslahi ya wazee wetu na wale wasiojiweza. Na wazee wengi nchini Kenya sasa wapata afueni.
Ndugu yangu Tom, tunaomba kusikia sauti za SCPD kwaya. Na nyie kuingia hapa uwanjani, walau mpashe uwanja joto, alafu pia tuweze kusikia sauti zenu na kwa karibuni sana SCPD kwaya.
Usaidizi, upendo, baraka tele tutazipata kutoka kwa Mungu wetu. Serikali imefanya mengi kuboresha afya kwa wote, hospitali, matibabu bora, dawa pia madaktari. Familia zetu zitadumu tukiwa na mipango bora. guide me, O thou great Jehovah, pilgrim through this barren land. I am weak, but thou art mighty. Hold me with thy powerful hand. Bread of heaven, bread of heaven, feed me till I want no more. Feed me till I want no more. Jehovah, pilgrim through this barren land. I am weak, but thou art mighty. Hold me with thy powerful hand. Bread of heaven, bread of heaven, feed me till I want no more. Feed me till I want no more.
Mazingira.
Asante. Asante sana. DJ. Lete mic boss. Lete mic DJ. Aya, nipe mic. Lete mic. Basi asanteni sana NCPD Choir. Baada ya maombi nitawapa nafasi hiyo. Niombe bendi PCA Kibini, tafadhali mkaribie hapa kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa. Yeah. ndugu yangu Tom Yeah. Yes. They start. They do what? Aya basi. Niombe kwamba bendi msije tu namna hiyo, nitaomba mje kwa taratibu mkicheza ngoma taratibu. Alafu ikifika wakati wa kupiga wimbo wa taifa nitawaelekeza. Kwa hivyo sio sasa, naomba tu mje kwa taratibu. NCPD kwaya tuendelee kidogo. Naona mmejiandaa. Wageni wetu wanapotembelea maonyesho. Alafu ndugu wananchi ambao mmekaa huko nyuma tafadhali, naomba tuingie kwa hema sasa. Wale ambao mmekaa kule nyuma na hamna shughuli rasmi, niombe kwamba tuingie kwa hema sasa.
Hewa safi ya kupendeza ninaipata, Wakenya wangu najivunia.
Basi wageni wetu wataendelea kutembelea maonyesho pale, kisha watakuja katika jukwaa, alafu tutakuwa tunaweza kuanza sherehe zetu.
Ibaki kuwa kivutio cha watalii. Mbuga zetu, misitu yetu yapendeza, urithi wetu, fahari yetu. Tuyatunze mazingira yetu. Kenya ibaki kuwa kivutio cha watalii. Mbuga zetu, misitu yetu yapendeza, urithi wetu, fahari yetu. Shukuru Mungu awabariki. Serikali yetu hongera. Wafadhili na nia njema NCPD. Hongera sana kwa kazi nzuri viongozi, tunawashukuru, Mungu awabariki. Serikali yetu hongera. Hongera sana kwa kazi nzuri viongozi, tunawashukuru, Mungu awabariki. Shirika letu la NCPD, hongera sana kwa kazi nzuri viongozi, tunawashukuru, Mungu awabariki. Mungu awabariki. Tuishi kwa amani, pamoja tushikamane, tuijenge Kenya, tushikane mikono, kwa pamoja tujenge Kenya, tuilinde Kenya. Tangu kale tumeishi kwa amani, wazalendo tudumishe udugu, taifa letu lizidi kung'aa na kupendeza machoni kwetu, na wageni watutembeleao. Tushikane mikono wa Kenya, kwa pamoja tusonge mbele. Kenya yetu, urithi wetu hakika, tuilinde kwa hali na mali, uchochezi tusiukubali. Tuishi kwa amani, pamoja tushikamane, tuijenge Kenya, tushikane mikono, kwa pamoja tujenge Kenya, tuilinde Kenya. Nguzo yetu hapa kwetu Kenya ni amani, upendo, umoja. Uzalendo ndio msingi wetu, wananchi na
Basi bendi yetu ya PCA Kibini inaweza kutupunguza na wimbo mmoja tunaposubiri wageni wetu wakiendelea kuzunguka pale kwa maonyesho. Kisha baadaye nitawapa maagizo muweze kucheza wimbo. Kwa hivyo, ndugu wananchi, baada ya muda usio mrefu tutakuwa tunaanza sherehe zetu rasmi, lakini kwa sasa tunawapa wageni wetu nafasi waweze kutembelea maonyesho pale, kisha wajiunge na sisi kwa jukwaa. Bendi hapo itakuwa ni sawa kwa sababu ya wapiga picha na wale ambao wanafanya fit, msiende mbele sana. Msije mbele sana. Hapo imetosha. Hapo iko sawa kabisa. Alafu ndugu yule alikuwa na manage mic awe chape, uwe chape ku manage hizo mic. Ukihitaji huko unakuwa chape. Haya basi. Ndugu wananchi, naomba tuingie kwenye hema zetu sasa. Tupate viti ili mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi pamoja na wageni wote watakapofika hapa tuweze kuanza kwa pamoja. Vijana, nitaomba mrudi huku sasa. Nitaomba mrudi, tuko karibu kuanza. Na watu wote ambao wamekaa huko nje, tafadhali tupate viti. Tuna viti vya kutosha. Hata wananchi walioko huko nje muingie ndani tafadhali. Karibuni huku ndani, karibuni huku ndani. Na programu yetu ni kwamba mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi akifika hapa kwenye jukwaa, nitawaomba sote tuweze kusimama kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Kisha zitafuata maombi kiongozwa na mzee Wale Manang'oi, alafu mchungaji Philip Topisia. Kwa hivyo niombe kwamba tupate viti hivi. Tunaendelea sana kuwashukuru wadau ambao tayari wamefika hapa. Ningependa kutambua uwepo wa mwalimu mkuu wa shule jirani hapa, Saina Primary, Madam Rose Naetu. Asante sana, pamoja na walimu wote waliopo. Tunapia tambua kanisa na uongozi wa kanisa la KAG ambao ni majirani hapa. Tunawashukuru sana. Tungependa pia kutambua mashirika ambayo yamechangia kwa njia moja au nyingine ili kufanikisha hafla hii. Na kwa hivyo ningependa kutambua National AIDS Control Council, pia serikali ya nchi ya Denmark, UNFPA, Pathfinder, Population Services Kenya, mradi wa Accelerate, shirika la Maristops tunawatambua sana. Mashirika pia yasiyo ya kiserikali hapa Kajiado kama vile NIA, Ilaramata Community Concerns, Dupotema tunawatambua nyote. Ningependa kutambua pia shirika la Center for the Study of Adolescence. Natambua pia AFIDEP. Natambua shirika la AMREF. Natambua QA Youth. Natambua shirika la Malkia Initiative. Pia DSW kutoka nchi ya Ujerumani tunawatambua sana. Napenda kutambua shirika la FIDA, shirika la Bath and Beyond, kikundi cha Maami Museum, pia kikundi cha White Ribbon Alliance, PMA, Gender Violence Recovery Center, pia kikundi cha SRHR Alliance, Plan International, Jai Piego na Compassion International, baadhi ya wengi ambao wamehusika katika shughuli hizi. Pia tunatambua wakuu wa idara mbalimbali za serikali kutoka kaunti yetu hii ya Kajiado, akiwemo ndugu William Nyangeri kutoka Kajiado Prisons ambaye yeye ndio msimamizi pale. Natambua Office of the Registrar of Political Parties wakiwakilishwa na Judith Rimanto. Pia shirika la Kenya Women Teachers Association ambalo limewakilishwa leo hapa na mwalimu mkuu wa shule jirani ya Saina, Madam Rose Naetu. Na ningependa pia kutambua uwepo wa Executive Director Family Health Options Kenya, ndugu yetu Edward Marienga, na pia wenzetu ambao wametoka hapa kaunti yetu kama vile County Director Children Services ndugu Samuel Masese, County Director Gender Catherine Mutinda, County Adult Education Coordinator Masi Njiro, baadhi ya wengine. Tunawapongeza sana na kuwashukuru kwa ajili ya kuwa hapa. Asanteni sana. DJ. Ndugu wananchi, tunaendelea kuwaomba kwamba muingie ndani, muache kusimama huko nje. Ingieni ndani, kuna viti vya kutosha ili tuweze kufanya maadhimisho haya. Shughuli hii yote itachukua masaa 2.5, naamini tutakuwa tuweza kumaliza. Kwa hivyo karibuni sana huku ndani, karibuni ndani huku. DJ.
mazingira yaliyo bora, hewa safi ya kupendeza ninaipata kwa Kenya wangu najivunia. Kuwa kivutio cha watalii, mbuga zetu, misitu yetu yapendeza, urithi wetu, fahari yetu. Tuyatunze mazingira yetu, Kenya ibaki kuwa kivutio cha watalii, mbuga zetu, misitu yetu yapendeza, urithi wetu. Shukuru Mungu awabariki. Serikali yetu hongera. Shirika letu la LCPD hongera sana kwa kazi nzuri. Twawashukuru Mungu awabariki. Serikali yetu hongera. Hongera sana kwa kazi nzuri. Twawashukuru Mungu awabariki. Shirika letu la LCPD hongera sana kwa kazi nzuri. Twawashukuru Mungu awabariki. Mungu awabariki. Mungu wangu nakushukuru. imebaki kuwa kivutio cha watalii. Mbuga zetu, misitu yetu yapendeza, urithi wetu, fahari yetu. Tuyatunze mazingira yetu, Kenya ibaki kuwa kivutio cha watalii. Mbuga zetu, misitu yetu yapendeza, urithi wetu, fahari yetu. Shirika letu la LCPD, hongera sana kwa kazi nzuri. Viongozi twawashukuru, Mungu awabariki. Shirika letu la LCPD, hongera sana kwa kazi nzuri. Viongozi twawashukuru, Mungu awabariki. Serikali yetu hongera, hongera sana kwa kazi nzuri. Viongozi twawashukuru, Mungu awabariki. Shirika letu la LCPD, hongera sana kwa kazi nzuri. Viongozi twawashukuru, Mungu awabariki. Mungu awabariki. Hapa tushikamane, tuijenge Kenya. Tushikane mikono, kwa pamoja tujenge Kenya, tuilinde Kenya. Tangu kale tumeishi kwa amani, wazalendo tudumishe udugu, taifa letu lizidi kung'aa na kupendeza machoni kwetu, na wageni watutembeleao. Tushikane mikono wa Kenya, kwa pamoja tusonge mbele. Kenya yetu, urithi wetu hakika, tuilinde kwa hali na mali, uchochezi tusiukubali. Tuishi kwa amani.
Asante sana.
Tuishi.
Asante sana DJ. Our chief guest, CS Dr. Eric Mafuko. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. May I request that we all be upstanding for the national anthem and the East African anthem. Niombe kwamba tusimame ndugu wananchi wote kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Karibuni. Asante sana, thank you very much. May I request the microphones to be brought here kwa sababu ya maombi, tafadhali. DJ. At this point I'd like to invite Mzee Ole Manang'oi. Ningependa sana kumwalika Mzee Ole Manang'oi aweze kuja kuomba. Ndugu, peleka mic pale katikati. Saidie kuziweka sehemu inayofaa. Ragiangare. Alafu baada ya maombi ya mzee huyu atafuatia mchungaji Philip Topisia. Tengenezee hiyo, adjust this mic for him.
Nkomuno lake dero lakini unaombea kwa Kimasai.
Sawa sawa. Na wakati anaomba sisi wote tunapokea, tunasema nai. Ukisikia amepause unasema nai. We all respond by saying nai.
Ikianza utasema nai. nikijoki naa kolosho lang mitasheyie Enkai enaa oldonyo keri oloibor.
Nai.
Natopok naa nai atomono pasi nai njoo yiok oltoilo obo. Tiaki enkaji emaanta tenebo. Nai pasi nai inoyie yiok kitung'aitie toonkang'itie mitalang'a oldemo ishu antana. Nikijoki elepu naa olapa le 15. Enkai lonito lemeudo amu ketii ntomonok olewa. Atoomono pasi nai tiaki serkali ang' narikito yiok mikitagol esoit oltau. Tiaki tanapa yiok nimimbukoo yiok. Atoomono pasi nai ina taa naji ajo amu kara naa olaiguanani oji Ole Manang'oi oltung'ani pooki lemayiolo lorkitoi paiguanani lenkashe.
Ashe.
Naa ekinteru naa apa aponu amayianisha amu kindipa apa irkasin aishoo inkamulak neeku atijing'a sinanu olorika lorpayiani kituak amu kageluno apake tenkai.
Ashe oleng.
Nalo aomonoki naa ntae olosho lang pee merut.
Ashe. Ashe.
Basi ina taa idipa taa.
Ashe. Shomo rorona. Mchungaji Topisia, ndugu. Tunaweza kumpongeza kwa makofi.
Let us pray. Our Father, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, we honor you this morning. We acknowledge you. You are the Lord God Almighty, and beside you there is none. We acknowledge you in this gathering. We ask for your presence to be together with us. We ask for your grace to be together with us. We acknowledge you as God in our midst. And we ask that what we are going to do this day will achieve the intended purpose, that the theme of this event will be a reality in our hearts, that the gender-based violence, the new HIV infections, and even pregnancy among teenagers and adolescent boys and girls will be a thing of the past by your help. We ask in the name of Jesus that you work in our hearts, transform our hearts, them that are here and every heart of every Kenyan, so that we begin to treat each other with dignity and honor, knowing that every human being is created in your image and likeness. And I also ask, Lord, that you deal with our hearts, that we may come to know you, to honor you, as the only true and living God, and Jesus Christ, your Son, whom you've sent to deliver man from darkness and to set him free so that he would live a life that is well-pleasing to you. I ask for your glory and hand to rest upon this gathering, and that at the end of everything, that which was meant to be accomplished will be accomplished for the honor of your name. I ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest, invited guest, ladies and gentlemen, we can take our seats. Please be seated. Naomba tukae sasa, bendi wanapoondoka taratibu. Basi our chief guest pamoja na wageni ambao wako pamoja nawe, County Commissioner wetu wa Kajiado, viongozi wote walioko hapa, ndugu wananchi, tungependa sasa kuanza ratiba yetu, na ningependa kuomba kwaya ya NCPD waweze kutufungulia uwanja ili tuweze kuendelea. Tutaingia kipindi kifupi cha burudani. Tuna makundi chache hapa ambao watatutumbuiza. NCPD kwaya, tafadhali. Basi NCPD kwaya wanapoingia uwanjani, niombe kwamba kwaya ya Iseuri wajiandae, na nitaomba twende kwa haraka kabisa. Kwaya ya Iseuri waweze kujiandaa, kisha watafuatiwa na kwaya ya Ndinyika, alafu tutasikia shairi kutoka kwa watoto wa Grace na Nana Education Center, tukiendelea namna hiyo. Vijana wa Eldamat pia mjiandae. Kwaya ya Iseuri nitaomba mjiandae ili tuchukue muda mfupi kabisa.
Hapana.
Tukomeshe mila na desturi zinadhuru uchumi wa nchi yetu. Wazalendo wapenda tubadilike, ukeketaji ni tamaduni za kale zimepitwa na wakati. Wazalendo wadumishe heshima kwa wanawake. Tukomeshe mila na desturi zinadhuru uchumi wa nchi yetu. Wazalendo wapenda tubadilike, ukeketaji ni tamaduni za kale zimepitwa na wakati. Wazalendo wadumishe heshima kwa wanawake. Nsipidi wasiyatowapeni, tuwalinde wasichana na mama wetu. Ukeketaji unadhuru afya yao, twalishukuru shirika la Nsipidi, kazi nzuri ya kuelimisha Wakenya. Tunawapongeza ECO kwa kazi nzuri. Nsipidi wasiyatowapeni, tuwalinde wasichana na mama wetu. Ukeketaji unadhuru afya yao, twalishukuru shirika la Nsipidi, kazi nzuri ya kuelimisha Wakenya. Tunawapongeza ECO kwa kazi nzuri.
Akina mama wetu ni nguzo ya jamii.
Tamaduni za kale Nsipidi tunawapa sote. FGM tutamaliza.
Ukeketaji wadhuru afya yao.
Tamaduni za kale Nsipidi tunawapa sote. FGM tutamaliza.
Tusiwakekete bali tuwawezeshe
mapato ya kudumu ili waweze kujitegemea na kulinda jamii zao.
Tuimarike taifa linawiri.
Mapato ya kudumu ili waweze kujitegemea na kulinda jamii zao.
Wasichana wetu tuwawezeshe kielimu.
Viongozi maishani Nsipidi tutahakikisha elimu yazingatiwa.
Shirika linalopinga ukeketaji
zetu tunajivunia Nsipidi, tunawashukuru. FGM tutamaliza.
serikali yetu tunaipongeza.
Shukuru kwa ufadhili wenu, twajivunia, twasherekea tuingie tukashibe.
Haya, AIC Seuri mjiandae. Sawa sawa, NCPD tuendelee. AIC Seuri mjiandae hapo NCPD wanapomalizia. Mngesimama tu muwe tayari.
Tuwapende
wenzetu waliozeeka, amri yake Mungu
wanatuhitaji sana katika uzee wao.
Baraka za Mungu Mwenyezi wa Kenya tutazipokea.
Inatupasa tuwapende
wenzetu waliozeeka, amri yake Mungu
wanatuhitaji sana katika uzee wao.
Baraka za Mungu Mwenyezi wa Kenya tutazipokea.
Panga thabiti unahitajika
ili wapate huduma bora katika umri wao.
wazee wetu waishi
maisha
kwa furaha na amani.
Baraka za Mungu Mwenyezi wa Kenya tutazipokea.
Panga thabiti unahitajika
ili wapate huduma bora katika umri wao.
wazee wetu waishi
maisha
kwa furaha na amani.
Baraka za Mungu Mwenyezi wa Kenya tutazipokea.
Serikali twaipongeza
mpango wa Inua Jamii, watu wakubwa mno.
shirika la NCPD kwa mipangilio bora.
Wazo ya Vision 2030 hakika itatimia.
Serikali twaipongeza
mpango wa Inua Jamii, watu wakubwa mno.
shirika la NCPD kwa mipangilio bora.
Wazo ya Vision 2030 hakika itatimia. Kwa
Tuwapigie makofi National Council for Population and Development Choir. Jamani, tuwapongeze kwa makofi mazuri. AIC Choir, karibuni sana. AIC Seuri, karibuni. Kisha niombe kikundi kile cha Majengo Unit, Community Health Volunteers, mjiandae kufuata na skiti tafadhali. Majengo Community Unit mtafuata AIC, kwa hivyo mjiandae. Majengo Community Unit mtafuata AIC, kwa hivyo mjiandae. AIC karibuni, wimbo moja. Basi wimbo ndio unaanza, kwa hivyo wageni wetu tunaomba msiondoke. Mheshimiwa Chief Guest wetu CS Daktari usiondoke, pamoja na CS Guchu, pamoja na mkubwa wa NCPD na wageni wengine waliojiunga. Wimbo uendelee. Weka huo wimbo mwingine tafadhali, ili wageni wetu karibuni sana. Pia Executive Director NAC Daktari, karibu sana. Karibuni sana. Unapeleka shingo namna hii. Angalia wanaume vile wanafanya. Peleka shingo. Peleka shingo namna hii. Peleka shingo. Angalia aliye karibu naye, peleka shingo namna hiyo. Basi wageni wetu mnaweza kupata viti vyenu. Asanteni sana.
Ayah bungani buragi
Wow, let us appreciate them. Jamani, tuwapongeze kwa makofi. Asanteni sana AIC Iseuri. Asanteni sana. I now wish to invite Majengo Community Health Unit with a skit. Karibuni sana. Majengo Unit, karibuni sana. Alafu niombe kwaya ya Ndinyika. Ndinyika kwaya mjiandae. Ndinyika muko hapa? Kule kwaya na ingwa Ndinyika. Ndinyika kule endai. Muko hapa? Nilikuwa nimeambiwa wako. Haya, munisalimie basi, mjiandae, baada ya hawa mnaingia. Asanteni sana. Haya, ndugu zangu karibuni.
Hii nyumba hata haina maji. We, Naserian, kuja. Hakuna maji na masaa imeenda, lakini jikaze ukibie mtoni. Uniletee maji. Hatuna maji hata ya kupika.
Mtoni? Uko mtoni saa hii jioni, si kuzuri.
Hapana. Naomba tu ukibie sababu hatuna maji hata kidogo, tutalalaje bila kupika? Naserian, naomba ukimbie. Kibia mtoni uniletee maji. Chukua kibuyu. Ona haina maji hata kidogo. Naomba uniletee.
I say you betting umeionaje bana ya jana?
Sawa kabisa.
Umewekeza?
Kabisa.
Nilikwambia Man U itakuangusha, ulionaje? I say kuna kitu pale.
I say kwani leo tumeangukia aje?
Kama hini kama.
Tumia mic yenu vizuri ili msikike.
Ni aje? Uko poa? Ona vile kanalinga. Sasa kanalinga nini? Tumeangukia ni siku yetu.
Naserian ni nini? Ni nini?
Hebu muone mpaka ana damu.
Nini Naserian?
Hebu amka.
Papa. Baba le papa.
Anafanya nini?
Ati nini? Twende kwa mama. Hodi. Mama Naserian.
Ni nini? Naserian? Ni nini na nimekutuma mto? Mpaka ana damu. Ni nini?
Ana damu le papa. Baba le papa.
Baba le papa amefanya nini?
Amenibaka wakiwa wawili.
Wai! Baba le papa huyo mzee mkubwa hivyo. Na mtoto wa miaka 14 jamani. Baba le papa ataniona. Namwekea sumu ya panya kwa chakula. Ataniona. Amka Naserian, amka.
Sasa wacha tumpeleke hospitali
Hakuna wenzangu. Naomba Naserian enda uoge. Naserian enda uoge.
Hastahili kuoga.
Hata unataka nijulikane kijiji mzima mtoto wangu amebakwa. Hiyo haifanyiki hapa. Hapana. Wacheni. Na ninaomba msionge. Hii mambo msiambie mtu yeyote kijijini. Mnasikia? Naombeni tu. Msiambie mtu yeyote asijue.
Chief. Hatutaenda kwa chief. Hata kuna namba ya kuriport 116 kuriport dhuluma za watoto, na ndio tutaenda kuriport. Kwa hiyo tunapiga simu saa hii na ni free.
Naserian, saa hii imefika mwezi moja kutoka siku ile baba papa alikutenda ile kitendo, na kabisa hajatembea hapa. Ni mpeda wa panya. Nasikia uchungu sana kunishikia mtoto mdogo hivi. Ataniona. Lakini kuna kitu unasikia?
Vibaya sana.
Unasikia nini?
Mwili yote imekuwa haiwezi kazi.
Ai, ni nini? Wai, ni nini Naserian? Karibu. Naserian anatapika.
Eti anatapika? Nasi unapatia mtoto ndibiligwa na iko hapa. Iko dawa ya supu. Ni nini mbaya na mtoto?
Hapana.
Ni nini?
Mtoto tupeleke hospitali baba Naserian.
Chincha tu ng'ombe na kwambia patia mtoto dawa ya tumbo, wewe usiki.
Hapana, ni mgonjwa tumpeleke hospitalini. Unaona vile yako? Anatapika tu.
Acha niende dawa tu tafadhali. Wacha mtoto atasikia msuli.
Hapana. Naomba tumpeleke hospitalini. Naserian, amka tuende hospitalini.
Naomba tupeleke hospitali.
Tumpeleke.
Sasa wewe ndio utaongea na daktari.
Sawa, wacha tuende. Naserian, jikaze tu.
Haya, habari zenu?
Mzuri sana.
Karibuni sana.
Asanti.
Nini mbaya, karibuni.
Kaa pale, kaa.
Ni mgonjwa? Akae hapa.
Nasaliani anatapika. Akikula kila kitu amekula, yote anatapika. Hakuna kitu nasimama kwa tumbo, ni kutapika.
Tangu lini ilianza kutapika?
Ni kama wiki 3 hivi ama 4 hivi.
Sasa vile mtafanya, mtaningojea hapa kidogo ni mtibu, alafu nitawaita ndani.
Sawa.
Ama mama amepatia maragwe kila siku ama inaendaje hapo?
Hapana, si maragwe.
Hii mama sio mzuri. Ninakwambia pikanga chakula mzuri.
Wacha tupime, alafu sasa ndo
tutajua
mambo gani imemfanyia.
Hakuna shida, taongoja hapa mama.
Haya. Na Serian, alafu niambie unasikia aje?
Sikii mzuri.
Unasikia aje? Natapika. Kina kitu ilikufanyikia? Nieleze, nini ilifanyika?
Nilienda mtoni. Kukutana na baba mzee mwingine na wakanishika. Mama anajua, nilimwambia.
Mama anajua. Alafu nikuulize, ulioga?
Mama aliniambia nikaoge.
Alikwambia ukaoge. Sasa vipimo kidogo tufanye. Unasikia aje? Aya, sasa naona uko na mimba ya miezi 2. Acha tuite wazazi kidogo, usiwaogope, tuongee nao juu lazima uendelee na matibabu, sawa? Aya, wazazi kujeni.
Daktari?
Habari zenu tena?
Mzuri sana. Eti mtoto iko aje?
Mtoto wenu sasa? Ako na mimba ya miezi 2.
Ati mimba daktari?
Ako na mimba.
Mtoto wa miaka 14.
Yaani mtoto iko na hiyo?
Ako na mimba ya miezi 2.
Mama Naserian, nini ifundishi mtoto?
Sikuwa mkali sana tu.
Ninakwambia kila siku imeenda aje?
Tuongee tu polepole, alafu pia ako na virusi.
Mtoto wangu kusha.
Sasa hivi daktari, mimi nakuachia hii watu. Mimi nimechoka na hii mama. Mama chungi mtoto.
Usikie historia vile ilikuwa. Anasema alienda mtoni akashikwa na mpapa.
Na nani? Hebu niambie nani mtoto umeshika?
Babale papa.
Hii babale papa tena, babale papa amekuja tena kwa mtoto.
Babale papa.
Hebu sasa fanya hivi, wacha mimi nikatafute kwanza kichwa era nauma.
Haya.
Utakutana nyumbani.
Daktari, naomba nikuachie huyu mtoto.
Usiniachie.
Naomba nikuachie.
Makosa ulifanya mama Naserian. Mtoto alipobakwa ulifanya aje?
Nilimwambia aoge ndio tusipate aibu kwa boma. Mtoto akishikwa ni aibu.
Sasa hiyo ndo makosa ulifanya. Angeoga. Mtoto akibakwa kwanza unampeleka police station ama kwa chief ama unamleta hospitali kwanza tunamfanyia matibabu. Ndio hata pia tupate evidence ya kushika mtu kama mama babale papa ambaye alimbaka. Sasa uliosha evidence yote, hakuna kitu tunaweza hata staki mzee nayo.
Nilikosea.
Naona makosa ulifanya?
Naona makosa.
Sasa vile amekuja sasa tutaanza kliniki.
Kliniki tena. Mimi nilikuwa naona tusofu hii problem. Atolewe hii mimba.
Hapana, kutoa mimba naye hapana, hiyo hatukubaliani naye. Hata serikali yetu ikubali mambo ya kutoa mimba. Sasa vile tutafanya tutaanza kliniki. Unajua mama mjamzito anaanza kliniki ya ANC miezi 8. Sasa tutakuwa tunaangalia progress yake. Na pia tutaanza dawa ya ARVs ndio pia ule mtoto amebeba asipatikane na hiyo ugonjwa. Si ni sawa?
Sawa.
Haya.
Naserian, twende tu nyumbani. Nilifanya makosa kubwa sana. Hata heri watu wangejua, lakini usipate haya yote. Yangezuiliwa lakini nabaki kujuta tu. Pole mwanangu. Pole.
Sasa hii baba Naserian, baba tajua leo kwanza nimepitia kwa mama 10 hapa chini, na hii boma tajua mimi. Hadi huku.
Karibu baba Naserian.
Sasa baba mama Naserian nataka kujua mambo mawili tu. Kazi gani kwa hii nyumba wewe?
Nafanya kazi yote nakupikia.
Bwana ichungi mtoto.
Nachuga baba Naserian.
Inaonekana hii nyumba ni mimi ama ni wewe kusema?
Ni wewe.
Sasa imekumbadilikaje mtoto tena na wewe?
Nilimtuma mtoni tu.
Sasa fanya hivi mama Naserian. Kuanzia leo mimi bana nataka kuona wewe na mtoto.
Baba Naserian, tutaenda wapi na hawa watoto wako? Tutaenda wapi baba Naserian?
Mimi bana nataka.
Tutaenda kwa nani sasa na mtoto?
Dhuluma za kijinsia tunakataa. Mimba mapema kwa wasichana tunakataa. Pamoja tushikane mikono tumalize maambukizi ya virusi vya ukimwi kwa vijana. Asanteni.
Asanteni sana. Let us appreciate them. Jamani, tuwapongeze kwa makofi wananchi. Asanteni sana. Basi chief guest, sasa ni nafasi ya kuwakaribisha kwaya ya Ntinyika kutoka sehemu ya Eldamat. Karibuni sana kwaya, naomba mjikakamue kidogo, muda umekwenda. Ni waombe watoto wa Grace na Nana wajiandae na shairi tunapoenda kumalizia. Vijana wa Eldamat Youth Group pia mjiandae, mtatufungia. Ntinyika kwaya, karibuni. Haya basi, karibuni. sana. Asanteni sana. Basi tuwapongeze kwa makofi. Asanteni sana kwaya Intinyika. Watoto wa shule ya Grace Nanana, shairi tafadhali, kisha niwaombe vijana wa wale wa Eldamat Youth waweze kutufungia. Vijana nitaomba mjiandae. Grace Nanana, poem tafadhali.
In front of you. In front of you is Grace Nanana Girls, ready to represent a poem entitled My Mother's House. My mother's house. The problem with me is our house. My mother built it, but she has no control over it. Whenever my mother's come in, all the girls must go out. Does anybody ever bother to find out where we land? One night, my father came in. My sisters and I had to go out. I had no idea of what time of night it was, but it was dark, pitch dark. We started walking toward our grandmother's house. Suddenly, we heard some noise behind some bushes in front of us. There they were, 3 full-grown men. We stuck to each other. We were trembling with fear. We could not shout, we could not cry, because we were considered adults. The rest of the story is yet to be told. Thank you.
In front of you is Lilian Soila. I'm ready to present a poem entitled The Cat. I was only 12 years old when they circumcised me. One cold early morning, they took us outside the homestead. We were paraded along a long line and made to sit on hides. It was still dark. When I tried to look around, I saw many girls, some still streaming in from all sides. We were surrounded by many women who were singing strange songs. They then poured cold water on our naked bodies. I started shivering. I have no idea how many of us were there, but I know we were many. Then this old woman started the operation using a blunt knife. I had no idea from which end she started, but I could hear screams. When it was my turn, I started crying and screaming at the first touch. I tried to fight my way out, but they had pinned me to the ground. I was surrounded by many women who were hurling abuse at me and calling me a coward. I hated them all, including my mother and my grandmother. After what seemed a long time, it was over. Then my mother held my hand, saying, "It is over. Get up, my daughter. Now you are a woman. We are now equal. We have done the necessary so that you can serve men. This is what we women were created for." All these words were like pins and needles piercing through my entire body. I was numb to the teeth. I no longer knew who I was. I was still sobbing. All I knew at this point is that they had interfered with what God created. I was no longer myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tuwapigie makofi watoto hawa. Haya. Naona wana mwisho hapo.
Mbele yenu ni wasichana kutoka Grace na Nana. Tuko tayari kuwakaria shairi lenye mada ndoa za lazima. Azaliwapo mtoto, furaha tele nyumbani. Jamaa huja na koo, pongezi mama pongezi. Nyonyesha mtoto, afya apate malezi. Baba acha nisome, elimu ndio ufunguo. Utimia hapo umri wa mtoto kwenda shuleni. Baba huwa kiongozi njiani hadi shuleni. Hapo ndipo wanza wazi wa mtoto kusoma kwa bidii. Baba acha nisome, elimu ndio ufunguo. Muda azidi yoyoma, mtoto azidi kuwa kwa fikra na maumbo. Mzee tamaa kampanda ya mahari na maposo. Baba acha nisome, elimu ndio ufunguo. Ya ache hayo masomo. Mwisho baba kasema, muhimu hayana haya. Masomo kwa msichana, olewa lazima olewa, mali nizidi kupata. Baba acha nisome, elimu ndio ufunguo. Yani kera mimi haya ya masomo kuyaacha. Machozi yanilenga, kwikwi ninalia. Kikongwe huyu budangu, eti ndiyo naposwa. Baba acha nisome, elimu ndio ufunguo. Hongera Bika Shugia na Ngurai na wengine. Mmejikaza kisabuni, elimu kuendeleza. Mmefunga nyingi safari, barani hata Ulaya. Baba acha nisome, elimu ndio ufunguo. Ujumbe huu pokeeni, viongozi shupavu. Huu katizeni, watoto tualilia. Tuwakata ndoa hizi za lazima. Baba acha nisome, elimu ndio ufunguo. Beti 8 tumekariri, kikomo sasa tuaitia. Shuleni sasa tuarudi, tuatumai mmetekeleza. Tuangoja yenye maoni. Baba acha nisome, elimu ndio ufunguo. Shabash.
Asanteni sana watoto wetu. Jamani tuwapigie makofi tuwapongeze. Haya basi vijana wa Eldamat Youth karibuni. Nipende tu kuwakumbusha nyote kwamba maadhimisho haya yanarushwa moja kwa moja, kuna live stream, kwa hivyo ndugu zetu wanaendelea na shughuli hiyo. Kauli mbiu yetu ama theme ikiwa ni End GBV, New HIV Infections and Pregnancy Among Adolescents. Kwa lugha ya Kiswahili nadhani tukijaribu kutafsiri itakuwa tuko hapa tukiungana na ulimwengu wote tukisema kwamba tukomeshe dhulma za kijinsia, maambukizi mapya ya virusi vya ukimwi na pia mimba za utotoni, ili tuwe na jamii iliyo na ustahimilifu katika siku zijazo, sasa na siku zijazo. Karibuni sana vijana. Haya, nafasi ni yenu hiyo. Tumieni uwanja vizuri, microphone ziko hapo mbili, kwa hiyo mtasimama hapo katikati. Karibuni.
On stage, Eldamat Catholic Youth Group, ready to present you the Maasai traditional folk song entitled Esirita Nyadala. Sit back, relax, be entertained.
Siaya,
Asante, tuwapigie tena makofi vijana wa Eldamat. Wimbo ambao wanaimba wakati wanafurahi vijana hao. Asante sana. Basi mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi Daktari Eric Wafuko pamoja na CS ambao umeandamana nao na County Commissioner wetu na wageni wote waliko, ndugu wananchi, tumefikia hatua nyingine ambaye tungependa sasa kwenda kuwasikiliza viongozi wetu na baadhi ya watu wachache walioorodheshwa kusema hapa. Kwa hivyo wanapoandaa jukwaa hili, ningeomba tu kuwakumbusha kwamba hapa kuna magari mawili ya Wizara ya Afya ambayo yanatoa huduma mbalimbali kama nilivyokuwa nimetangaza. Kama hujapata chanjo ya COVID-19, chanjo hiyo inatolewa pale kwa gari lile la Beyond Zero, na pia gari hiyo nyingine wako pale kutoa ushauri, family planning services na pia emergency services. Hiyo ni katasi ya wizara yetu ya afya, na kwa hivyo tunawashukuru sana. Na kama nilivyokuwa nimetangaza hapo awali, partners wote niliwataja, jamani tunawatambua, na kwa ajili ya muda sitarudia tena listi hiyo. Niseme pia pale on my left we have our exhibitors, our partners, wameweka maonyesho yao pale. Na ningependa basi baada ya speeches hizi sote tuweze kupata nafasi ya kutembelea sehemu ile, alafu tuendelee kujifunza. Karibuni sana. Ninapomkaribisha County Commissioner wetu wa Kajiado, ndugu yetu Wilson Wanyanga, karibu sana County Commissioner, uweze kuendelea na ratiba kutoka hapo. Thank you very much. Wapi makofi ya County Commissioner wetu hapa anapochukua program hii kutoka hapo sasa. Asante sana.
Asante sana our very able Master of Ceremonies Solomon. Mgeni wetu wa heshima siku ya leo ambaye ni msaidizi wa waziri wa Treasury Mheshimiwa Yatani, na mgeni mwenyewe anaitwa Mheshimiwa Wafuko. Mgeni wetu mwingine ambaye anawakilisha Daktari Fred Matiang'i, naye anaitwa CAS Winnie Gushu. Mwakilishi wa PS Planning Catherine Mwoki ambaye yuko na sisi. Mwakilishi wa UNFP Daktari Aziz. Director General wa National Council for Population Development Daktari Mohamed Sheikh na bodi yako. Kenneth Kimuya ambaye anawakilisha CS Minister of Public Service. Tuko na exhibitors, partners, na tuko na pia Dr. Ruth Masha ambaye ndiye mkubwa wa National AIDS Control Council. Na wageni wengine mashuhuri, mabibi na mabwana, hamjambo. Mabibi na mabwana, hamjambo. Nafikiri kwanza kabisa I wish to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to these grounds. Na niseme kwamba asanteni kwa kuchagua Kajiado County kama mahali pa kuadhimisha siku ya leo. Kajiado County imepata sifa manake juzi we celebrated the International Day of the Child in this county. In October we are going to celebrate World Food Day, and therefore that confirms that we are indeed on the world map. Thank you very much for choosing to come to Kajiado. Hebu niseme pia kwamba hizo threats ama hizo hatari tatu tuko nazo hapa Kajiado. Mambo ya new infections, your HIV AIDS, we are also affected. It's an agenda which has been asked for many years, but I think at one point we went slow in talking about it. I think we were overwhelmed by other challenges, and we went slow, and I think the danger crept back. Kwa hivyo, new infections ziko, zina affect vijana wanaambukizana, wazee wanaambukiza vijana. So it's a challenge that as a government, as a county, lazima tu deal nayo. Mambo ya teenage pregnancy, hakuna mtu ajui kwamba teenage pregnancy in this country is getting to a point of becoming a crisis, if it's not already a crisis. And I'm saying that because it's not within my docket to announce when a situation becomes a crisis, but I think it's already bad enough that we need to be serious when you're talking about this challenge. Teenage pregnancy inatokana kwa vijana wakipeana mimba, vijana kwa vijana. Na tumeona pale mchezo wa wale wa entertainers kwamba hata wazee kama sisi, we are big contributors to teenage pregnancy because we take advantage of the gullibility of the young people. We take advantage of our positions of being well endowed in terms of resources. We take advantage of poverty in our society to lure these young girls and get them pregnant. And I think as a society, we need to reflect again and say no to teenage pregnancy, because pregnancy is for people who are ready, people who have planned for it and are prepared for it. So I want to say yes, as a county, we are affected by this challenge. And we are dealing with it, of course. The last one, GBV, the biggest one has been FGM, but I want to say with confidence that the community of Kajiado County imejitolea kupigana na FGM. FGM has since gone underground. We still have a few cases here and there, but I want to say that nobody does it openly the way they used to do it. Sometimes others cross the border to a neighboring country. Sometimes they pretend to be going to visit their grandparents, and they do it silently. But it's not like in the past where it used to be a day for people to celebrate as girls were being circumcised. I want to thank the community of Kajiado for coming out strongly to deal with this challenge. I want to end there. Those are my remarks, my welcoming remarks. I want now to invite Dr. Ruth Masha, whom I'm told has something to attend to. So you'll allow me to break the protocol and invite Dr. Ruth Masha, the CEO of National AIDS Control Council, to say what she wants to say, and then I'll take back the program. Thank you. Asante sana Ashe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our commissioner, for hosting us. Our chief guest, Eric Wapuko, and Cabinet Assistant Secretary is represented here today by Winnie Bushu and Dr. Mula from the Ministry of Health. I would like to observe protocol. I do appreciate also the presence of UNFPA Deputy Country Director and other delegates that are invited today.
You're not being heard, eh?
Wananchi hamjamboni.
Oh, that is okay.
Okay. Today we join the global communities in celebrating the World Population Day 2022. Indeed, tumeambiwa ya kwamba it is going to be 8 billion people, lakini watu watakuwa shinda kwa sababu watu wataungana pamoja to secure their own future. And this is a call that is being made today. When I was coming here today, Chief Guest, the story that was being done today with these young people, I remember witnessing the same issue when I was a very small girl. Her name was Jane. Jane had a childhood disease that made her speechless, and then she was disabled. But she was very beautiful. By the time she was around 14, the villagers noticed that, of course, and her mother, who was elderly, that her stomach was protruding. And so my scene started at a meeting that I was serving tea to some men who looked quite, elderly people in the village. And it turned out that then, because she could not speak, they said that whoever had impregnated her would only be caught when the baby was born. And so fast forward, just before, a few days before she delivered, the school headmaster turned up and said that he is the one who impregnated her and he was willing to take care of the baby. Indeed, the elders in my community agreed to that. And she was, of course, allowed to give birth, and the man was given the baby. 4 years later, Jane again was pregnant. But then the man again denied responsibility, and there was this, of course, I don't know what was happening. Nothing was still done. But fast forward, Jane recently died, of course, at an older age. Before her death, she was lately diagnosed with HIV. She had gone through a rape ordeal, and she had cervical cancer. And of course, the family concerned of the rape incidents, the only action they were able to take was to forcefully sterilize her. The headmaster retired honorably. In fact, he's one of the respected people in that village. So this is a sad story and the realities that we face today. And I want to draw us to our attention. What will it take us to protect our children? Who must stand up to be counted and look at our children, our adolescents, as they are being violated day to day and say enough is enough? We definitely must change where we are going. Between the month of January to May, Chief Guests, just 5 months, we have attended to 110 adolescents at the ANC clinic. That's around 21% of all the pregnancies we've attended to. Kajiado County, our host here today, has already attended to 3,513 adolescents between the ages of 10 to 19. This trend did not start today. In 2018, indeed, we had the highest numbers of teenage pregnancies in this country. We recorded those who reported to us were 427,135. In 2019, we had a slight reduction, and that was 396,719. 2020, again, we reduced slightly to 331,549. And in 2021, we reached 300,016,187. County Commissioner has said this is a crisis. If you look at what we are reducing, it's quite insignificant. It means that we have not taken this issue seriously. And the issue you're talking about is a sexual offense in this country. But we have masked it in very many names. We've called it teenage pregnancies, adolescent pregnancies, and all the kind of names you can call. But it's a symptom of a society where children are being defiled. We have attended to about 8,536 children, aged 10 to 17, who have experienced gender and sexual-based violence. In the last 5 years, we have lost an estimated 27,619 children and young people less than 24 years to AIDS-related deaths.
Of the infections we had last year of HIV, which was around 32,000, 16,430 were people younger than 24. So now, that's where the story of population begins to become a problem. Because we cannot expect to have our children that we're expecting to grow up to adults, and we're bringing them up when already serious issues have been set up in their lives that we can prevent. For a long time, we have not been approaching this matter from a preventive lens. We have been responding to this issue to wait until it's reported to us. We must stand up and begin to talk about it in every single space that we have. Of the 16,000 children I talked about, who came to the facility we were told were defiled in 2021, 236 acquired HIV. Additionally, around 1,665 of them, the ones who were defiled, were also pregnant. So this cannot be just a matter that we can, all of us, push under our seats and decide that we can move forward. The subject that is close to my heart, Chief Guest, is the subject of what we call bystander syndrome. From the corridors of home to the corridors of power, both duty bearers and right holders are shrouded in a matter of silence, where we all begin to talk about this issue like the play we saw here as a hush-hush issue. How do we hush-hush our own children who have been defiled? How do we hush-hush when you're here in prison, you are imprisoning our own boys and girls who we have, our own boys who we have not even taught about these matters? We must also think about the Romeo and Juliet clause, boys also being jailed. And the matter here is that, do we even teach those boys that we are jailing well enough for them to know that whatever can happen when they have sex, even if it's their stage mates, they are likely to face the law. But also, we also have to examine that law and ensure that we are giving more education and not just punishing also those boys, especially if they are younger boys. It is our duty to let the girls be girls and not mothers. Under the One Government approach, the National AIDS Control Council, of course, by the Ministry of Health, has partnered with the Ministry of Devolution and Planning through the National Council of Population and Development and the Ministry of Interior, who is charged with the responsibility of coordinating government affairs. This is after realizing that this matter cannot be resolved by just one ministry, and therefore we are putting all the processes together so that when we come to the ground and want to talk to wananchi, we are all talking the same thing. Our children must transition to work. They must have an education and must transition to work. And this is another issue and a challenge we all must come up to the reality. Today, when you walk everywhere, it is a mother and a father carrying the CV of their children, desperate enough to look for work. And we must also begin to think about transition to work. If we don't do that as a wholesome, then what we are doing, we are continuing to create inequalities that the pathways of the things we have talked about are going to follow. As I conclude, I want to encourage all of us to renew our commitment at the personal level, at the community level, to deal with the menace of triple threat and allow our children's future to be brighter. Most of us are here today because of education. So that is the education being disrupted for these children. They'll never be able to equalize. They'll remain in the low part of the society. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Daktari Masha, wacha uvishwe alafu ukishavishwa. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sasa ni wakati wa vijana. Vijana waje watuzungumzie hapa. Na nitaanza na msichana anaitwa Nasieku. Nasieku, umekaa wapi? Na aje pamoja na kijana anaitwa Gideon. Mmoja akimaliza mwingine Thank you, Nasiku. Nice to see you. Step forward. Today is your day. Speak without any fear. That microphone is yours. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, the protocol observed. My name is Ifilina Seku from Destiny Rescue Center. I am beautiful and confident and blessed. Kwa ishara ya wageni wetu, muwe hapa kupigania maisha yetu. Santeni. I am 14 years old. I am an adolescent mother. I got a baby when I was 12 years old. How did I got myself here? I was first forced into FGM, then into early marriage, forced to get married to a man older than my father. As a teenager, I was confused and afraid. I experienced a lot of pain, emotional and physical abuse. I didn't know how to handle myself as a wife and a mother. Nobody bothered to prepare me. I was and am still a child. How I carry pregnancy to term and went through childbirth is a process for another day. I beg to speak to parents, leaders, and every child protector and the community. Listen to this voice of reason. Stop FGM and childbirth. This is torture to us. FGM is one way of transmitting HIV and AIDS. For one life is used to circumcise many girls. Please, stop this harmful practice. The word has changed. The word has changed. FGM and childbirth can lead to death due to excess bleeding. We need to be educated and given time to mature. Why make us wives and mothers before our times? My cry as a teenager mother is that I will be allowed to grow up mature and make my own decision and that of my baby. Give me time to finish my education, develop the leader in me. To the society, stop judging me, stop killing my dreams, treat me with respect. To the service provider, provide quality and dignified care to teenage mothers. I try to access learning platform and resources for information about mother's health and well-being. Access to economic empowerment program so that we can afford a balanced day for us and our newborn. I need to access proper sexual reproductive health information. In the society, I need to be embraced. I need someone to work with me as I grow up and learn how to take care of my baby. Give me a chance. I promise that I will make it. I believe in myself and I know I can be what I want to be. Right now, I am eager to join Form 1 this year. Thank you. Lomba balorie noi. No yeyo. Arehana nene ndira Masai. Ajiro. Akira nyere. Emrara ronto ye. Wengi anakuriri. Enda habunga yola mera ngore linyinengi sumage. Mere ndibenda ingishu mer ni yagini. Waran kolo nyere ndiba irinye. Kai gindi nyaka ire. Embunga yola ngisuma. Embunga ngera. Anu ibelega nyabengot. Arana bagi weroro irimusho. Rungaida banda loreren. Embelega nyara. No yeyo. La baba asa inde embelega nyara. Asanteni.
Machief, tuko na chiefs wengi, hebu simameni hapa. Chiefs wasimame, ngao wasimame, naona kuna ICCs, msimame muonekane, na DCC wao kama usimama. Natarajia kwamba mmesikia vile Nasieku amesema, na sisi kama viongozi, kama coordinators of national government, kilio cha Nasieku kisiende bure. Nafikiri tumeelewana sawa? Thank you, chiefs and ICCs and DCC Kamau. Gideon, go ahead.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Gideon Toimasi. I am the chair for the Youth Advisory Council of Kajiado County. And I am delighted to have this opportunity to have the youth of Kenya, the youth of Kajiado, having their voice raised on this very important occasion. Kajiado County's population is to a large extent is made up of young people. Therefore, there is need to foster relevant education and healthy living for posterity. A resilient future calls for an empowered youth population that is enabled to stand on its own 2 feet. It is only through this we can have sustainability going forward. Our county is not unique to the rest of the counties in Kenya, whose main challenges are gender-based violence, HIV infections, and pregnancies among adolescents. The aforementioned problems here in Kajiado are attributed to the high levels of illiteracy, harmful cultural practices, policy gap, corrupted judicial services systems, poor law enforcement, and sometimes lack of political goodwill. Today, there is nothing that is more disturbing to us, the young people of Kajiado and Kenya at large, than knowing that we have a lot of laws guaranteeing us a resilient future, but those charged with the responsibility of ensuring that we achieve this are carefree. And worst even, some become culpable of perpetrating some of these crimes. We have seen cases of parents defiling their own children, culprits walking scot-free due to compromised administration of justice, among others. Most people and most young people in Kenya are jobless. And for this reason, they are super agents in terms of spreading HIV and AIDS, perpetrating gender-based violence, and having the teenagers and young school-going girls dropping out of school due to adolescent pregnancies. Mental health issues are eating us up. The future is bleak, and unless we act, there is going to be a problem. Generally, there is widespread poverty amongst communities, so we need to address this going forward. The young people of Kajiado County are giving some recommendations to the county government, to the national government, and all other stakeholders, that we need to first acknowledge the good job being done by the civil society, the government, through designing some of these programs that we are seeing, aimed at solving the problems that we are having. Sexual reproductive health rights education is key. And organizing fora aimed at educating communities is also key. And this can be done by the chiefs through barazas. We can do it through schools. And having that done is going to help us as young people. Meaningful youth participation in policy formulation is also key. Involvement throughout the process when it comes to formulation of policies is key. And when we say involving the young people in every step, we mean it, because most of the time they've been used to rubber stamp some of these decisions that are made up from above, and we are not part of these decisions that are being made. So we are kindly requesting that we be given the opportunity to be involved. Primacy of right-based approach. Let us know our rights. Having known our rights, let those people who are charged with the responsibility help us keep the rights, and also having the rights protected among communities. Let the young people compromise, and please do not compromise. We are saying that do not force issues. When a relationship is failing, if it is not working, please quit. A lifeless body and unending frustrations will not help you. Please quit if the relationship is not working. Unemployment should be addressed by all of us. I am urging all private firms, public companies that are here, and any other public institution that is here, the NGOs, the civil society, please build local capacity. Make sure that we give priority to the first people who are the locals of Kajiado County, so that we address this challenge of unemployment. We are also saying that proper implementation of existing policies is very important. We have got nice programs, we have got nice policies. If we are able to implement them, then we are going to have a very resilient future that is going to guarantee us a healthy living as young people. For we all know that the buck stops with leadership. I urge young people to seek representation in the tables of decision making, seek leadership, kindly do social accountability, hold our leaders to account for whatever the things they are charged to do. And it is for this reason some of us have given, it is for this reason some of us have given a stab at leadership and saying that we are going to represent the young people of Kenya, the young people of Kajiado, in seeking mandate to lead this county and Kenya at large. And we join the rest of the Kenyan youth who are able to do that. I want to recognize the Maisha youth who are here. It is also a very working cohort in terms of ending the adolescents' pregnancies, and also making sure that we end GBV, and also that we have HIV and AIDS infections coming down. So I end here, and may the Lord bless you all.
Gideon, ngoja uvalishwe, unaenda haraka sana. Nataka sasa kumkaribisha kiongozi wa CSOs, naye ni Lilian Konge wa Plan International. Lilian, thank you.
Thank you very much. Chief Guest, Honorable Henry Kwafuko, the CAS National Treasury and Planning, all protocol observed. Amjambo. Amjambo wa Kenya. Nimevalishwa, asante. Asante. So my name is Lilian Gasherin Konge. I work for Plan International Kenya as the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Advisor. I stand here to speak on behalf of our country director, Kate Maina Vole, and also on behalf of all the CSOs represented here who are delivering long-term development and relief programs focused on the well-being of children, adolescents, and youth. And at this point, I would invite my colleagues from the civil society organizations to join me here for recognition. Tafadhali, CSO representatives with us. This is your time. Please show up. Asante. Lanoi, I can see you. Yes. Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I think we can take a photo and then we continue. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, lady. Where is the gentleman? Where is the gentleman? Okay. We cannot afford to bury our heads in the sand and not face the emerging issues among our adolescents and youth. And it was evident when the young people were speaking right before me. Civil society organizations continue to play a key role in ending teenage pregnancies, new HIV infections, and all forms of gender-based violence against girls and young women. We do this through various methodologies, but just to mention a few in the interest of time, we consistently advocate for national and county government to develop and implement gender-responsive laws and policies to promote adolescents and young people's sexual reproductive health and rights, as well as gender equality and inclusion. We also amplify the voice of adolescents and youth, including teen mothers, like the lady who spoke before me. We know that when we open up spaces for adolescents and young people to speak and articulate their own issues, the duty bearers, are able to reflect and understand what they are going through, and that is where solutions are born. We also support youth-led organizations to scale up action against teenage pregnancies, HIV, gender-based violence, and harmful cultural practices. We also support communities in recognizing, analyzing, deconstructing the social and gender norms that place women and girls at a disadvantage in our societies. Ladies and gentlemen, we also engage men and boys in programs that support them to recognize, question, act against unequal divisions of power in the communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing the benefit of advocating for ending of teenage pregnancies, harmful cultural practices, and violation of children's rights. More teen mothers are now rewriting their own stories. In collaboration with like-minded organizations, we are now seeing adolescents and girls going back to school, to TVET institutions to pursue their education and become economically empowered. We are also seeing girls and young women stand up in their own rights and reject harmful practices like child marriages and FGM, and that was evident here. Together with like-minded organizations, we have seen the enactment of the Children's Act 2021, further advancing protection of children in right with the provisions of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, and we call upon the resourcing and implementation of the same. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, it is our call for adolescents and youth to challenge stigma, discrimination, negative norms, including those related to harmful practices and other forms of gender-based violence. We are calling upon communities, community leaders, to mobilize to change the gendered beliefs and social norms that drive child early and forced marriages, FGM, and other forms of gender-based violence. To the national government and the county government, we are counting on you to resource for the implementation of policies that aim to address GBV, teenage pregnancy, HIV, and harmful traditional practices. And finally, as civil society organizations, we are seeking to mobilize. We are calling upon all of us, youth-led, grassroots, all of us, to mobilize for collective action to end the triple threat among adolescents and youth of Kenya. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lillian. For your information, our chief guest, Plan International, was picked by the other CSOs to represent them. I didn't pick them. It was a democratic process. Thank you for doing your job very well, Lillian. Do you have anybody representing the county government here? Manake governor hakuweza kufika, na tungependa kutambua ofisi yake Mheshimiwa, ofisi ya mheshimiwa hapa. Inaonekana siasa imechacha. So they must be busy. Wako beyond. Mbioni. Sawa, tunaelewa. Hata tungekuwa wao tungekuwa mbioni. Niko na wenzangu ambao ni members wa County Security Committee. Ningependa wasimame waonekane tafadhali wenzangu. Tuko na County Police Commander. Tuko na County CID in charge, Mwangi. Commander anaitwa Mudhuri Mwongera, Police Commander. Tuko na AP ama SIP Commander, Kisinyo. Na tuko na Tikwang, ndiye anasimamia NIS. Alafu tuko na William Nyengere. William ni mkubwa wa prison. Ameweka mask na kofia. And if you want to not to be recognized these days, unavaa mask na kofia. Kwa hivyo nafikiri nimefika mwisho wa uongozi wangu. Nataka sasa kumuita Director General wa National Council Population Development, Daktari Mohamed Sheikh, uchukue na uongoze program from there. Karibu sana. Wapi yule mtu wa kusanitize gadget? Ama utafanyia pale sawa.
Our chief guest, representing the CS, National Treasury and Planning, Mr. Henrik Wafuko, the CAS National Treasury and Planning, Madam Winnie Guchu, the CAS Minister of Interior and Coordination of National Government, representing the CS, Madam Catherine Moki, the EPS, representing the PS, State Department of Planning, my colleague Ruth Laibon Masha, she left, Dr. Mulwa, representing Ministry of Health, and Mr. Kennedy, representing Ministry of Gender. Our partners, implementing partners and civil society organization present, members of the fourth state, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good afternoon. Our chief guest, just to start with why we're here today, I know everybody's aware, but just to reiterate, today is the World Population Day. This is a day that is marked every year on 11th of July. And today, this year's theme is a world of 8 billion towards a resilient future, harnessing opportunities and ensuring right and choices. But we have crafted our own country theme, which is ending the triple threat, the threat of gender-based violence, HIV, and the teenage pregnancy. Your Excellency, our chief guest, the National Council for Population and Development, which is under your ministry, is an institution that is mandated to advocate on issues of population and development. And in that regard, this is a day we use to create awareness and create focus on issues of population. And this year we picked this theme because these are the key threats that are affecting our population, among others. And that's why we said this will hamper or hinder us harnessing our demographic dividend. Currently, Kenya, as you are aware, is a very youthful population. We are in a period where we call, harnessing the demographic dividend, what we call the window of opportunity. In any country, in every country, it happens once in a lifetime. And in Africa, in particular in Kenya, it is probably going to happen in the next 50 years. And some of the things that may hinder is issues to do with teenage pregnancy, gender-based violence, and other harmful cultural practices. And that's why we said we must focus on these issues and we must address these issues. So our chief guest, before I make my full remarks, I want to invite our other guest from UNFPA also to make his remarks and give us about what UNFPA is doing in the country and across the country. He's representing one, I think, the country rep, Dr. Aziz, to come and talk to us. Aziz, welcome.
Thanks a lot, brother. Honorable Eric Simuyu, as National Treasurer and Planning, Chief Guest, and our sister Vinaya Guchu, as Minister of Interior and Coordination of National Government, Mr. Wilson Wanguanga, Country Commissioner, our host, all protocol observed, thanks a lot. Partners, ladies and gentlemen, and dear children, before starting my remark, I want first of all appreciate who participated on the exhibition, where we left that exhibition proud of our achievement in Kenya on ending the triple threat, as well as achieving on 3 zeros by 2030. This is end of preventable maternal death, end of unmet need for family planning, and end of gender-based violence, including harmful practices against women and girls. And I want to appreciate who made performance, who raised cases from field, from ground. They showed us that, yes, in the exhibition we saw we have significant achievements, but at the same time, we should do more. We should make more results-oriented activities in order to give to girls and women to be educated, to make their dreams true. Here, we should do a lot. And today, when we are celebrating World Population Day, as Dr. Sheikh told that in few months we will announce that we are all 8 billion. So we should not talking on numbers, but we should look at to people's needs. If you remember, just 11 years ago, 31st October 2011, we announced that we are 7 billion. And this year, we are saying we are 8 billion. Numbers going up. But if you will look at only numbers, then might be we will not address those issues what we saw, which is giving, at least for me, double feeling. One is proud. Yes, we made achievement, significant achievement. At the same time, we have still those issues which should not be with us. As my dear sister told at the beginning, enough is enough. In order to make enough is enough, we should work together. Multi-sectoral approach, multi-partner approach, hearing voices from ground, youth force, all of them together, and government, I should underline, government of Kenya doing investment in health, for youth, for gender, but we are seeing that we should increase that investment in order to address those issues. As I told, UNFPA is working on achieving 3 zeros in worldwide. As a Kenyan, I am counting myself now Kenyan by being here more than 4 years. We can achieve 3 zeros together in order to not see crying girls as we saw just now. I am inviting all of you, let's work together. UNFPA just started 10th country program in Kenya in order to achieve next milestone to achievement of 3 zeros. One more time, thanks a lot for your time, for your dedication, for your working in these areas where we should work together and achieve those results. Thanks a lot. I am sure that next year we will celebrate another achievement together. All the best.
Good. Thank you, Aziz. Thank you very much. Tafadhali tumpigie makofi tena. The representative of UNFPA. Chief guest, I want to recognize the team that organized for this function. You know, this has taken us about 2 weeks and more to organize for this function. It was both the county government of Kajiado, both national government and the county government, and our staff from NCPD and other government agencies. So I want them to stand up under the leadership of our county commissioner, so that this will recognize the good work they have done. I think the display you see here, you need to clap for them, please. Yeah? The organizing team, please stand up. Wherever you are, please stand up. I know some of them are in the exhibitions. Please stand up. So thank you for the wonderful exhibitions and the wonderful presentations. Our chief guest, please sit, please have a seat. I want to invite now our EPS, our Economic Running Secretary, Madam Catherine Mwoki, who is representing the PS, to take over the other part of the function and invite the rest so they can make their remarks. Welcome. Okay.
Thank you. The chief guest, Honorable Eric Wafuko, Chief Administrative Secretary, the National Treasury and Planning, who is representing CS National Treasury and Planning at this meeting. Madam Winnie Gushu, Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, representing the CS of that ministry. Dr. Andrew Mulwa, representing CS Ministry of Health. We also have Kenneth Kimye among us, representing the CS Public Service, Gender, Senior Citizens, and Special Programs. Dr. Mohammed Sheikh, Director General, National Council for Population and Development. Let me also recognize the NCPD board members that are present. I think we have 2 present. Mr. Wilson Wanyanga, County Commissioner, Kajiado. Mr. Esgeldi Henov, UNFPA Deputy County Representative, and who is also the officer in charge. We have our implementing partners, civil society organizations present, youth representatives, members of the Fourth Estate, and wakazi wote wa Kajiado, mabibi na mabwana, hamjambo wote. Hamjambo tena? Kwa niaba ya idara ya mipango iliyo katika Wizara ya Hazina ya Mipango, nataka kusema maneno machache, halafu nitawaalika wageni kadhaa kuzungumza nanyi. As we celebrate this World's Population Day, we recognize and appreciate the progress the country has made in various population indicators. This would not have been possible without the support from development and implementing partners. We have seen improvement with people living longer. The life expectancy at birth has improved from 59 to 61 years for males and 61 to 67 years for females. However, despite this success, we are still grappling with unacceptable levels of incidents of gender-based violence, new HIV infections, and pregnancy among adolescents. Elimination of these challenges will put the country in a better position to harness its demographic potential and accelerate the achievement of the goals of Kenya Vision 2030, Agenda 2063, on the Africa we want, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In May 2020, in May this year, the Kenya Population Policy for Sustainable Development was approved by Cabinet. This policy will be presented to Parliament for adoption as a sessional paper once it is in session. This policy will succeed the population policy for national development of 2012. The goal of the policy is to attain a society in which all the people are secure, healthy, broadly educated, and empowered for improved quality of life for current and future generations. The new policy will drive the development programs and policies in addressing the pressing needs of the country's population, including what we are discussing today, the elimination of incidents of gender-based violence, new HIV infections, and pregnancy among adolescents. Additionally, this year, the State Department for Planning, through the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, is conducting the data collection for the Kenya Demographic and Health Survey. This survey will provide information on key demographic and health indicators and will also be an evaluation of the various programs the government and partners have been implementing. The State Department is also coordinating the development of the 4th medium-term plan of the Vision 2030 that will be finalized once the new government is in place. The 4th medium-term plan will be for the period 2023-2027, that is 5 years. The country is also in the process of developing, and this is through the counties, the county integrated development plans, which are critical planning tools for county. Coming closer to Kajiado County, we wish to urge you that as you plan for the 3rd generation of the CIDP, that is the County Integrated Development Plans, look at the population dynamics for this county, as it is one of the counties that is rapidly urbanizing. As I drove here from Nairobi, I saw a lot of development. Clearly, the future is urban. It's therefore important, therefore, that we recognize this and we plan for it before it overtakes us. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the World Population Day is not a one-day affair. Let us keep discussing the issues that affect us and look for homegrown solutions. I want to thank you all and appreciate you all for honoring our invitation. NCPD, for those of you who don't know, is one of the agencies under the State Department for Planning, and therefore we in totality, collectively, thank you for being part of this day, because the day would not have been a success without you. And I think it's in order that though the NCPD director has recognized the organizers, he was part of that team. So because he was part of that team, I would like to repeat that recognition from the point of the State Department for Planning and just recognize the superb organization of this event. So at this event, at this point, those were my remarks, basically just looking at the policy issues that are led by the State Department for Planning. And at this point, I will invite a number of the guests who are here today to speak to us, to say a few words to us, or many words if they have many words. And I will start by inviting the representative of the CS Ministry of Public Service, Gender, Senior Citizens Affairs, and Special Programs, Kennedy Kimia, to give the remarks of the CS. Karibu sana, Kenneth. Pigia makofi tafadhali akija.
Our chief guests, Honorable Eric Wafuko, our CAS, Honorable Winnie Gushu, dear colleagues from the various ministries, health, planning, MC, of course. Thanks so much for inviting me here. Our CC, our partners, UNFPA, and the rest, our community groups, county government representatives, ladies and gentlemen, na vijana wote, good afternoon. As the theme of these celebrations actually is aimed at, it's more inclined to the youth. And so I thought vijana, actually is all the issues that are affecting our youth. We did this special focus, and has been divided in the theme, being the ministry, actually in late, because actually I'm representing the ministry with the longest name. That is the Ministry of Public Service, Gender, Senior Citizens Affairs, social programs, and actually you can add ASARS, because ASARS is also part of that ministry. So as the Ministry is out of gender, I'm very glad I bring greetings actually from our CS, Professor Margaret Kobia, from our several CSSs, then our PSS, we have several of them. So I bring greetings and regards in this particular day. We want to join the rest of us here in celebrating this World Population Day. We are glad to be part of this team. And for us, I think it mainly just to affirm our continued support, engagement, involvement in all the affairs, gender especially. And we will continue working with all the partners, because of course this is not a one state or one affair. We are all partners, and we are willing, and we'll be there, as we have done over the years, that will be there and be part of this thing, especially in regard to policy, direction, policy making and all that, among others. So I don't wish to take a lot of time. Mine is just to join all the members here in celebrating this event. Thank you so much.
Please let's appreciate him again. Thank you very much, representative for CS, Ministry of Public Service, and the other state departments. As you said, the name is long. I would now my pleasure to invite the representative for CS, Ministry of Health, Dr. Andrew Mulwa, who is the Director, Promotive and Preventive Directorate. Karibu sana, Bwana Mulwa. Let's welcome him with a clap.
Thank you very much, Madam Catherine Mwoki. To the chief guests, Eric Wafuko from the National Treasury, CS National Treasury Planning, Madam Winnie Gushu, the CS Ministry of Interior, Dr. Jen Macau and other directors from the NCPD, Dr. Ruth Masha in absentia, the CEO, National AIDS Control Council, Dr. Sheikh Mohammed, the Director General, NCPD, our partners led by the UNFPA Country Director, CSO representatives here, representatives of the county governments, the county commissioner, and the national government administrative structures, Eric from the Ministry of Public Service, I'll call it that name. I am here to represent our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Senator Mutahi Kagwe, and hereby bring his greetings and apologies for being unable to join us today in this activity because of the exigencies of duty, and as well convey special apologies and greetings from our Cabinet Administrative Secretary, Madam Mercy Mwangangi, who was also scheduled to be here, but because of other commitment, both could not be here. I will go straight and read the speech of the Cabinet Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great honor to have been invited to this year's World Population Day celebrations. This year's country theme, End the Triple Threat towards a resilient future, addresses the three major issues affecting our adolescents today. That is HIV, teenage pregnancy, and sexual and gender-based violence. Ladies and gentlemen, The statistics of these three vices remain a major problem in our country. Last year, for every 5 women who attended antenatal clinics in the country, 1 was an adolescent aged 10 and 19 years. A total of 145,741 adolescents in total were seen in our antenatal clinics. Public data assured that all types of violence against women and girls increased since the outbreak of COVID-19. Between January to June 2021, the cases of sexual violence reported in the Ministry of Health were 150% higher than those reported in the same period last year, the year earlier. The girl child bore the brunt of this violence, as evidenced by the alarmingly high cases in the facilities, with over 60% being females below 18 years of age in 2020. 2021, 2 out of 5, which is 42.4% of survivors seen in our facilities were adolescents aged between 10 and 17 years. HIV incidence amongst adolescents aged 10 and 19 years accounted for 15% of new HIV infections last year. 98 new infections happened each week. These 98 adolescents getting infections are way too many. Fellow Kenyans, gender-based violence is a serious human rights violation and development issue that continues to pose a challenge in the 21st century. It is a priority by His Excellency the President to a head of state as demonstrated in the 2019 International ICPD Population and Development Program 2025 commitments. In the spirit of multi-sectoral approach to GBV response, my ministry works hand in hand with other ministries, non-state actors, local organizations, and community gatekeepers. Over the last 3 years, the Ministry of Health focus has been to reinforce our healthcare workers' capacity through training, coordination through participation in GBV technical working groups, monitoring and evaluation, service quality assurance through the development of 2020 quality assurance tool, and subsequent facility assessment and psychosocial support for the frontline healthcare workers in the prevention and response to gender-based violence. The just concluded National GBV Prevention and Response Conference, co-hosted by the Ministry of Health and the State Department of Gender, was a testament of this commitment. Additionally, during the raging COVID-19 pandemic, the Ministry of Health has ensured strategic financial commitment, including COVID-19 Health Emergency Response Project, to support the expanded need. The ministry remains committed to supporting access to justice to all levels. Indeed, our preparedness plans for emergencies will now be more robust, even as we approach the upcoming elections. Ladies and gentlemen, teenage pregnancies undermine the country's socioeconomic growth and development. They deprive young girls of an opportunity for further education and attainment of their dream careers. They predispose the mothers to life-threatening complications and their babies to a greater risk of perinatal infections, poor nutrition, and death. The Ministry of Health has launched an adolescent guide dubbed Understanding Adolescents, which guides adolescents in understanding their sexual reproductive health issues, which is critical in building the positive self-image required to navigate life. The ministry also recently launched its sexual reproductive health policy, which will ensure all women, including adolescents, receive effective and efficient reproductive health services. We are also in the process of reviewing the adolescent sexual reproductive health policy, where we just concluded a countrywide multi-sectoral county engagements to ensure full inclusivity in the development of these guidelines. Last year, 99,159 adolescents were living with the HIV in our country. Only 78% of these are in care. The ministry is dedicated to making sure that 100% of these adolescents get access to care and reduce the current HIV incidence among the adolescents. Through the National AIDS and STI Control Program, NASCOP, the Ministry of Health is embarking on an impact assessment of the adolescent programs in the country and developing an adolescent and young people service implementation guide to ensure that all adolescents are reached with evidence-based core interventions to reduce HIV infections in the adolescents and young people cohort. Through the National AIDS Control Council, the Ministry of Health, in partnership with the Ministry of Interior and coordination of national government, will continue to work with all national and county government administrative officers to address the triple threat. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize all first responders, including the frontline healthcare workers, the police, the national government administration officers, and caregivers in homes and community-owned resource persons. These people working in the front face extremely tough situations to ensure that our young people access services. I sincerely would like to express our immense gratitude and admiration for your courage and selflessness. Finally, I would like to thank the government ministries, judiciary, bilateral and UN agencies, partners, and NGOs for their close cooperation with us in our efforts to address this triple threat. We continue to enjoy these outstanding strategic partnerships. The Ministry of Health is committed to elimination of the triple threat of HIV infections, teenage pregnancy, and sexual and gender-based violence. Kenya is a country of young people, with over 75% being under 35 years. There is therefore a need to address this triple threat in a concerted effort if we are to have sustainable and vibrant economy. Thank you very much on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Health, Honorable Senator Mutahi Kagwe. Thank you.
And let's give him another hand, please. Thank you very much, Dr. Andrew Umulwa, representing CS Ministry of Health. It's now my honor and privilege to invite the Chief Administrative Secretary, Minister of Interior and Coordination of National Government, Madam Winnie Gushu, who is representing the CS, Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, to come and speak to us. Please, let's welcome her with a hand.
Thank you very much. My colleague, Chief Administrative Secretary Planning, Honorable Eric Wafuko, representing Cabinet Secretary of Treasury, County Commissioner Mr. Wanyanga and his security team who has accompanied him, NCPD Director General, National AIDS Control Council CEO, UNFPA Deputy Country Representative, representative from the Ministry of Gender, Public Service, the Planning Secretary, representative from the Ministry of Health, all development partners, CSOs, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Now, I'm here representing the CS, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, and I'll just make some comments so that I leave the honors to the chief guest to give his speech. First of all, I think we play an important role as the Ministry of Interior because the police service is under the ministry and also the national government administrative officers who include the county commissioner, deputy county commissioners, the chiefs, assistant chiefs, all the way to Nyumba Kumi, who we all know that is the first point of call when there is sexual and gender-based violence, domestic violence, or issues of FGM that need to be looked at. So we look upon that group of people to help us to make sure that implementation of policies, laws, legislation that must be implemented at the grassroots level is indeed taken care of. We also have NACADA and the Refugee Affairs as well as Immigration, who also play a very key role on matters of FGM, matters of domestic SGBV, and also matters of HIV and AIDS. Those are areas that we need to look at. First of all, NACADA dealing with issues of drugs and alcoholism. We very well know that sexual and gender-based violence, as well as spread of HIV AIDS, is a problem area, and therefore the efforts made by NACADA is greatly appreciated together with the Refugee Affairs and also the Immigration. One of the things that we want to recognize is the role played by different institutions. For instance, the multisectoral approach, which takes the UN bodies. We do recognize the work done by the UN bodies, the work done by civil society organizations, which really helps to build upon the work that is done by government through the one government approach. And here, of course, you can see the ministries that are very, very closely linked to us, as the Ministry of Interior is the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Gender, Education, Planning, and also other institutions such as NCPD and National AIDS Control Council, who play a very critical role with regards to monitoring and providing statistics and information about how to address these issues. We have noted that the issues of sexual and gender-based violence have been in the increase as an effect of COVID-19. And we have seen an increase, as very well heard from the speech by the Ministry of Health on sexual and gender-based violence, increase also from the speech from the National AIDS Control Council on HIV AIDS. From other institutions, we have seen, for instance, NACADA, the increase in substance abuse. We also saw an increase in unemployment, and therefore those complications that have been brought about by COVID-19 will indeed help government focus on new ways to deal with these challenges as a result of COVID-19. There are many areas that government has been able to put in place with regards to policies, laws, institutions that have also been put in place to deal with these issues, and many of them we have heard from the different speeches that have been given. As a way to conclude, I think for us to be able to get to the 000 that the UNFPA talked about, I think as government we are committing ourselves, especially in the Ministry of Interior, that towards the efforts to end the triple threat, we must leverage on Baraza, Nyumba Kumi meetings to encourage all expectant mothers to attend antenatal clinics, postnatal clinics, and deliver in health facilities. Secondly is deliberately engage community gatekeepers and religious leaders in creating awareness on adolescent HIV infections, child marriages, female genital mutilation, gender-based violence, and teenage pregnancies to reverse this trend. Thirdly is to promote a culture of reporting of sexual violence against children and gender-based violence caused within our communities. We also need to encourage community-level dialogue to identify community-centered solutions to the triple threats. We need to partner with education officers, Nyumba Kumi elders, and parents associations to encourage all children to attend and remain in school and transit to the next level. Creating awareness on school re-entry policy and to support in the identification, assessment, and placement of learning with special needs and disabilities, and also creating awareness on mental health as a right for the girls, provision for sanitary towels to replace exploitation of sex for pads, and finally, we need to collaborate with community leaders and religious leaders to enforce laws legislating the age of marriage at above 18 years among all communities, that children cannot be given consent for sex. Ladies and gentlemen, another issue affecting young people is alcoholism and drug abuse. As we have mentioned, alcohol has become a big menace to our society. We must address alcohol and drug use within communities and be able to safeguard the young people so that we reduce issues of gender-based violence, new HIV infections, and teenage pregnancies. Equally important and urgent is the need for us as government, which we are working towards building the capacity of administrators, and that includes chiefs, assistant chiefs, nyumba kumi, police officers, and community policing committees to identify, prevent, and respond appropriately to violence against our youth. With those few remarks, I would like to wish everybody a very happy World Population Day. God bless you and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CS Winnie Gushu. Thank you very much, Madam Mwoki, Economic and Planning Secretary. Chief guests, I think we have been sitting for long. We are going to have the NCPD choir do the theme song now. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa tutakuwa na kwaya hii ya National Council for Population and Development wakileta wimbo ambao utakuwa unazungumzia juu ya kauli mbiu ya leo, ili mgeni rasmi aweze kuzungumza na sisi, kisha tutakuwa tunaelekea kutamatisha shughuli hii. Niombe uvumilivu wenu tunapoendelea kumalizia. NCPD choir. NCPD choir wanapoendelea kujiandaa, Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi pamoja na wageni wote waalikwa, County Commissioner wetu na wakuu wote wa idara mbalimbali, DG NCPD. Ombi langu tu kwa niaba ya wananchi ni kwamba mambo mazuri yamezungumzwa hapa. Tutaomba kwamba if we can get all those remarks left with the County Commissioner so that we can break it down for the community, ili jambo hili liweze kuingia kabisa mashinani. NCPD choir.
Thank you.
naomba. Jamani, tupongeze kwaya NCPD pamoja na wageni wetu waheshimiwa. Asante. Basi nitaomba microphone hizo ziweze kuletwa hapo, na wanapoenda kuandaa meza hiyo, niendelee kuwakumbusha wananchi wote kwamba tuna huduma za afya pale kwenye magari yale mawili. Unaweza ukapata chanjo ya COVID-19, na kama tayari ulikuwa umepata chanjo unaweza ukapata booster. Tukumbuke hayo. Basi nasubiri microphone hiyo. Alafu ndugu wananchi, nitaomba tunapomalizia, kwa sababu tunataka kwenda kumwalika mgeni rasmi, tutakuwa na mmoja tu ataongea baada ya hapo kutoa shukrani, kisha tutakuwa na maombi, alafu wimbo wa taifa, baadaye nitawatangazia vile tutafanya. Karibu sana madam, uendelee na program.
Asanteni sana NCPD choir. That was beautiful. Fantastic. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Na tuwapigie pia wageni wale wamefanya dance hapo mbele. Tuwapigie makofi. Ladies and gentlemen, wageni wote, wananchi wote, we are at that point now where we will listen to the keynote address by the chief guest. Our chief guest today is representing the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, Ambassador Ukur Yatani. And our chief guest today is the Chief Administrative Secretary, Eric Wafuko, who also serves in the State Department in the National Treasury and Planning under CS Yatani. So let's welcome him with a clap. It's my privilege and honor. Karibu sana.
Yeah. Is it tired or something? I realize we've been sitting for long. I would like to ask us to stand at this time and stretch. Okay? If you could just stand where you are. All of us, if we could stand at this time. Ask your neighbor to stand, please, unless for circumstances beyond them. Okay. Na tusimame. I see consultations going on. Just a bit of stretch, and then I'll proceed to read the statement from the CS for National Treasury and Planning, Ambassador Ukur Yatani. Shall we sit as I start? The Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, represented here today by the Chief Administrative Secretary, Winnie Gushu, the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Health, CS Mutai Kagwe, represented here today by Dr. Andrew Mulwa, Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Public Service, Gender, Senior Citizens Affairs, Special Programs, Professor Margaret Kobia, that is represented here today by Kennedy Kemie, His Excellency Joseph Olelunku, Governor for Kajiado County, Mr. Saitoti Torome, the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Planning, that is represented here today by EPS Catherine Mwoki, Mr. Anders Thomson, United Nations Population Fund, representative for Kenya, that is represented here today by Dr. Aziz, Dr. Stephen Jackson, the UN Resident Coordinator for Kenya, Mr. Wilson Wanyaga, the County Commissioner for Kajiado County, and our host here today for this event, Dr. Absalam Mohamed Noor, Board Chair for the National Council of Population and Development, the NCPD board members that are here today, and Dr. Mohamed Sheikh, Director General for the NCPD, Dr. Ruth Masha was here for the NAC, the CEO for NAC. The development partners here today, they're represented by the different CSOs that have come here, our implementing partners present. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm glad to join you today in Kajiado County as we commemorate the 2022 World Population Day. This is indeed an important day for both at the global level and for Kenya. The theme of this year's celebration is ending the new HIV infections, teenage pregnancy, and GBV among adolescents for a resilient future. Recent statistics by the Ministry of Health ranks Kenya as the third highest globally in teen pregnancies, as 98 adolescents are said to get infected with HIV weekly, and this makes the theme accurately pertinent for the country. In the year 2011, the world reached a population of 7 billion. And this year's world population, as has been said before, when it's announced later in the year, would have hit 8 billion compared to a world population of 7 billion that was in the year 2011. This growth has been fueled by an increase in the proportion of individuals who have reached reproductive age, with significant changes to the average number of children that are born per woman. According to the United Nations Population Division, Sub-Saharan Africa's population will continue to grow rapidly in the coming decades. Proper planning, therefore, needs to be done to cushion the future generations from the social and economic impact of a population pressure that is placed on the available resources. Ladies and gentlemen, as the world population grows perpetually, we have been able to witness noteworthy advancements which have stood out as the marvels of this age. Technological advancement, breakthroughs in new generation medical science, development of vaccines, advocacy and sensitization campaigns have led to a significant reduction in infant mortality rates, enhancement in gender equity and equality, and improvements in longevity. However, the world has not realized these gains uniformly. Some parts of the world have glaring inequalities. In some regions and countries, a disturbing number of women still die while giving birth, simply because they belong to the wrong side of the digital divide and have less rights than men. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the final survey data, survey data for the 2019 Kenya Population and Housing Census indicates that Kenya's population stood at 47.6 million in the year 2019. This represents more than a fourfold increase to the population size since independence. The population of Kenya is changing not only in size, but also in age, structure, and structure, with more people entering the working age population as older persons increase in numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, the changing age size and structure come with implications on the social and economic development of our country. Hence, the need to review plans on a continuous basis. According to current projections, Kenya will have about 82.5 million people by the year we hit the 2063. The year that has been set aside as a time to reflect on the achievement of Africa Union Agenda 100 years after many of the African countries would have achieved, since they got independence, an average of 1963. Ladies and gentlemen, statistics play a critical role in helping us to identify issues that require program and policy action to elevate the plight of various population groups. However, statistics only tell half the story, hence the danger of reducing people to statistics in an act that robs people of their dignity. And this has been said before. We highlighted that we urge all of us to desist from focusing too much on numbers at the expense of many human lives that are behind those statistics. This will help us to formulate programs and policies that enhance human dignity, such as quantitative poverty assessment, in which every life counts. We have made strides, ladies and gentlemen, in improving most of our population indicators. The number of children, as has been said before, has declined over the years. The number of children per woman has declined for Kenya over the years. However, the elephant in the room is adolescent pregnancy, where children are giving birth to children. Data from last Kenya Demographic and Health Survey of 2014 shows that 1 in every 5 girls between age 15 and 19 years of age are either pregnant or they are already mothers. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to address the adolescent pregnancy as a matter of urgency. And during the Nairobi Summit on ICPD 25, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta led the country in making 17 commitments, which include the elimination of adolescent pregnancy and gender-based violence. In his statement, he clarified that our vision is to be a middle-level income country with a high quality of life, and that can only be achieved if our youth are healthy, appropriately educated, and have the right skills for the job market. Motherhood in childhood is therefore something that we should eliminate in our society. We need to arrest this vice if Kenya is to harness the demographic dividends. Adolescent pregnancy is a red flag on the girl's prospects for a good health, good education, good economic opportunities, in addition to perpetuating a cycle of poverty in the community. In addition to this, many adolescents in Kenya are experiencing gender-based violence in the form of physical or sexual violence, which in some cases results either into temporary or lifelong injuries, if not death. Distinguished guests, on a positive note, Kenya's life expectancy is rising, though disproportionately for males and females, implying that the proportion of older persons is also likely to increase as Kenyans are now living longer. And I was asked earlier whether this should affect how long they work in public space. According to Kenya Population and Housing Census of 2019, the current life expectancy at birth is 61 for females and 61 for males and 67 for females, respectively. Okay? This is an improvement from the 2009, where life expectancy for females was 58, and for males it was 61. During the Madaraka Day celebrations on 1st of June this year, His Excellency the President highlighted the need to strengthen the family unit in Kenya, because this is the basic unit of our society. In the same vein, I am therefore glad to inform you that the response to this concern, my ministry, through the National Council for Population and Development, is undertaking a pilot study on the state of families in Kwale and Murang'a counties. This study will bring out the key issues affecting families with the recommendations on how they can be addressed. Based on the outcomes, the pilot study will be extended to other counties with the aim of developing the national and county-specific evidence-based responses to emerging crises in the families. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our urban population has been growing steadily from about 1 million in 1969, representing 9.8% of the total population, to 14 million in the year 2019, which constitutes 31.2% of the population. The number of urban centers have increased from 372 urban centers in 2019. As you drive from Nairobi to this place, you can easily see the urban configuration that is building up on the landmass between Nairobi and Kajiado. These new configurations are spatially connected and are functionally bound by their economic and environmental linkages. This therefore calls for proper planning to ensure we minimize human-wildlife conflict, especially in Kitengela Wildlife Migration Corridor. We have to preserve our wildlife for future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kenya Population Policy for Sustainable Development was approved by the Cabinet this year in the month of May, and will soon be presented to Parliament for adoption as a sessional paper. This policy is very progressive and has incorporated issues of human settlement and climate change, as well as migration and urbanization, which were not well articulated in the previous population policies. The goal of the policy is to attain a society in which all people are secure, are healthy, are broadly educated, empowered for improved quality of life for current and future generations. No doubt this new policy will add to the impetus of development programs and policies in addressing the pressing needs of the country's population. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my remarks, I wish to appreciate our development partners, without whom the milestones we have made would not have been achieved. The goal of the new population policy is to attain a society in which all people are secure, are healthy, are broadly educated. And we thank and mention a few of these partners that have played a significant role. The United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework with the United Nations in Nairobi that will be implemented in the next 4 years. Additionally, the government and the UNFPA have developed the 10th country program that will run for the 4 years. As the roll out this policy today, my appeal to you, my seasoned partners, is to contribute to its full implementation. This program will play a key role in implementing the new population policy for sustainable development and implementation of Kenya ICPD 25 commitments. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on the population and development milestones that we have made, I wish to take this opportunity to wish you a happy 2022 World Population Day. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Jamani, let us appreciate our chief guest once more. Asante sana Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi. As we bring this to a close, ningependa sasa kuchukua nafasi kumwalika Dr. Jane Makao aweze kutoa shukrani. I wish to invite Dr. Jane Makao to move a vote of thanks as we bring this to a close. Nimwombe Pastor Makarot karibia hapa kwa ajili ya maombi. Bendi na nyinyi mjiandae kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa. Karibu.
Thank you so much, our Honorable Eric Wafuko, the Chief Administrative Secretary, representing the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, Honorable Winnie Ngushu, representing the Chief Administrative Secretary, representing the CS Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, Catherine Moki, representing the PS State Department of Planning, Mr. Saitoti Torome, Dr. Andrew Mulwa, representing the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Health, Kennedy Kimuya, representing the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Public Service, Gender, Senior Citizen Affairs, and Special Programs. Director Waweru, my colleague in the board of National Council for Population and Development. Dr. Aziz, representing the UNFPA. Director General Dr. Mohammed Sheikh, Chief Executive Officer, National AIDS Control Council, Dr. Ruth Masha, the County Commissioner of Kajiado, and the County Government of Kajiado, local leaders, youth and civil society representatives. I'm here to pass our sincere gratitude and a vote of thanks on behalf of the Board of National Council for Population and Development to all our partners, to the ministry, and to wananchi as well, exhibitors, our partners, everyone that made this celebration a success, the World Population Day celebrations a success. From the Board of National Council for Population and Development, we say a big God bless you. Thank you so much. Remember that this celebration continues, so we continue to celebrate. A big thanks to all of you, and God bless you. Asanteni sana. Let's continue doing this again and again. Thank you.
Thank you very much Dr. Makao. Asante sana daktari. Nimemuuliza Pastor Makaro takaribia hapa kwa ajili ya maombi. Bendi nitaomba msimame sasa kwa sababu ya wimbo wa taifa ninapotoa matangazo mengine mawili. Basi tumefika mwisho. Ningependa kuwatangazia wananchi walioko hapa kwamba National Council of Population and Development wametuandalia angalau kinywaji soda, na itaweza kupeanwa baada ya sisi kumaliza shughuli yote hapa. Na utaratibu ambao tutafuata ni kwamba tutakuwa na sehemu ya watoto kusimama, alafu performing groups, kwaya zote ambao wamekuwa hapa pamoja na sisi walio perform, mtakuwa na laini yenu, alafu mwisho wananchi ambao wako hapa au wazazi wa watoto hawa mtakuwa sehemu yenu. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa na sehemu tatu, lakini pale mwisho karibu na gari ile. Kwa hivyo tukimaliza maombi, Makaro tako wapi? Oh, okay, sawa. Asante sana. Basi ningeomba kwamba tusimame kwa ajili ya maombi, kisha tutapigiwa wimbo wa taifa. Bendi mmekaa mbali sana, mngekaribia hapa ama mnajipanga kuja? Okay. Tutapiga wimbo wa taifa, ubeti wa kwanza, na tutakuwa tumemaliza. Asanteni sana wageni wetu. County Commissioner wetu atatuelekeza wageni wa meza kuu mahali wataenda. Asanteni sana. Basi unaweza kuomba. Hapo imetosha bendi. Hapo sawa.
Basi naomba tuamini wote mahali tulipo, tufunge macho yetu na pia tuweze kuamini na kuomba. Baba Mungu wetu Mwenyezi, tunakushukuru Mungu kwa sababu ya nafasi hii na masaa haya. Mungu umekuwa nasi tulipoanza. Mungu wetu tulipoanza, Mungu tulikuita na Mungu tulikualika ukaweze kuandamana nasi na ukaweze kutuongoza, na bila shaka Mungu wetu tumeona mkono wako kwamba umekuwa nasi hadi masaa ambayo Mungu tumeweza kumalizia. Tunapofungukana hapa Mungu wetu, tunaomba ya kwamba kila mmoja aliyekuja hapa leo ukaweze kuwa naye anaporudi katika shughuli zake za kawaida. Mungu wetu, wageni wetu waheshimiwa, na hata Mungu wetu waliosafiri kutoka mbali, wale waliosafiri kutoka karibu, Mungu wetu kazidi kuwa na wao, kawape nguvu na ukazidi Mungu kuwalinda katika vyote. Ni kweli maandiko nasema ya kwamba mipangilio yote ni yetu kama wanadamu, na jibu la kweli inatoka kwa Mungu kwako. Tunaomba ya kwamba mipangilio yetu na mikakati yetu tunayoweka Mungu kwa ajili ya maisha nzuri, kwa ajili Mungu wetu ya afya nzuri, kwa ajili Mungu wetu ya amani, kwa ajili Mungu wetu ya kusonga mbele, kwa ajili ya maendeleo Bwana, tunaomba ya kwamba Mungu ukaingilie kati na ukatusaidie ili kufanikisha malengo tulio nayo pamoja. Asante Mungu wetu. Tunapoagana Mungu, uweze kuwa na kila mmoja hadi wakati mwingine. Sifa na utukufu itakurudia. Na ni katika jina safi la Yesu Kristo tunaomba na kuamini. Amen.
Tuendelee kusimama kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa. Nitaomba kila mtu asimame. Tusimame sote tafadhali. Tusimame, kila mmoja wetu aweze kusimama kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa, na baada hapo tutakuwa tumetamatisha. Bendi. Asante sana, na kwa lugha ya huku kusini mwa Kenya tunasema ashe oleng. Ashe oleng. Tell your neighbor ashe oleng. Aya basi, baada ya wageni wetu kuondoka, shughuli hiyo ya kupata soda itaendelea kama nilivyotangaza, na niombe kwamba mtembelee magari yale ya afya muweze kupata huduma za afya, na muwatembelee pia wale ambao wanafanya maonesho pale. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
COVID has affected because of this social distancing. There is no interaction between people. So even the chiefs who are going all over the community to ensure that there is no FGM undergone, they were afraid of contacting COVID. So they quit the job. The anti-FGMs, the NGOs, they quit that job for a while. So it gave those people in the community the chance to practice FGM even highly. And more girls had undergone FGM, especially in this community. Many girls have undergone FGM. And in our community, when you undergo FGM, definitely you are ready for marriage.
During this COVID-19, you can see many parents were fired from their jobs. Now they did not have money to cater for the girls' essentials like the sanitary pads. The girls are forced to go to involve themselves in sexual activities so that they can get some things like sanitary pads and other essentials to cater for themselves.
The girls we talk to, okay, tuliwapata kama wapatangi, ni sisi tulikuwa tunawapea. So they were also, you see, we asked them how they get the sanitary towels. And then you hear mwingine anasema, mimi napatanga kwa rafiki yangu anampea pesa anaenda kubuy pads. And how do you get them? Sometimes they tell you they sleep with them.
Shuleni ilikuwa kama kwa mfano mingi hapo kwenye hiyo kipindi chako. Ulikuwa unaweza hata kumfuata mwalimu na akakupatia kama 2 boxes ama 3 hivi. Lakini sasa imekuwa vigumu sana.
We heard about COVID when we were at school. Our principal announced it on parade, and she told us we have to go back at home. And when we came back home, life has become hard than before.
Maisha yalipokuwa kabla COVID kuingia, tulikuwa sawa kwa sababu ya shuleni. Tunasoma vizuri, tunakula vizuri, tunavaa vizuri. Lakini tangu tulipoingia corona, yani upande wa kazi kwa wazazi hamna, upande wa kula pia ni shida, mavazi, na hata nyumbani waweza kusoma swali ukayani hilo swali walijua, lakini kujibu waweza jibu vizuri, wengine wasoma hauelewi na hakuna mwalimu wa karibu wa kuwa utaweza kumuuliza hilo swali.
Learning now that we are at home, for some people like us who we cannot afford that tuition fee, it is somehow too difficult for us because we are just reading our books, past notes, revising.
Shuleni kulikuwa kuna kama zile group discussion. Tulikuwa kama umeshindwa na swali hivi na form group mnaulizana. Na pia kule kulikuwa kuko kimya kama mwasoma kwa sababu mtakuwa na mwalimu kuko kimya. Lakini huku nyumbani sasa imekuwa vigumu, ukitaka kusoma uwezi, watoto wanacheza wanapiga kelele uwezi.
Hi, my name is Biko with a Q.
And I am Queen with a Q too.
We, the youth of today, are the current and future leaders.
We are the future of this world. Let me indulge you in some math, though I know it is interesting to a few. I promise Biko and I will make it interesting for everyone to hear and see. So put your seatbelts on and let's go for a ride.
For sure, you see, numbers never lie.
Never.
Today's adolescents and youth are 1.8 billion strong and 1/4 of the world's population. In Kenya, 75% of the population is below the age of 35 years, with adolescents 10 to 19 years representing 24.5% of the population and numbering approximately 11.6 million, while the youth between the ages of 18 to 34 years represent 29% of the population and are estimated at 13.7 million.
Imagine that. And Biko and I are part of that huge family. Indeed, this large youthful population can spur the country's development agenda if the right investment are made in the health, education, empowerment and employment of the youth.
Kenya can indeed reap the demographic dividend. Do you know what that is? It is accelerated economic growth achieved by having a large proportion of people of working age compared to dependents.
That's very true, Biko. At the moment, unemployment amongst the youth has become a thorn in the flesh in many developing countries like ours, Kenya. Unfortunately, about 16.3% of youth between 18 to 34 years who are economically active are unemployed.
And what about education? Great strides have been made to ensure high school enrollment, transition, and completion rates from pre-primary to secondary school level.
Nonetheless, gaps still exist in transition and completion rates between primary and secondary school level.
Teenage pregnancies and harmful cultural practices such as female genital mutilation and child marriages are some of the barriers to school transition and completion, particularly among girls.
Imagine at that age of 15, somewhere in Kenya, a boy is studying, and as a girl, you are already married off. Yet at that age, Louis Braille was busy inventing Braille.
Braille? That's amazing. I feel like some of the communities need that vision too, to help them see how they need to invest in the youth and their education.
At that age, a young person's life can be changed at the snap of a finger.
Like Thanos?
Like Thanos? Ha ha ha. But seriously, lack of proper education, poverty, gender-based violence, harmful cultural practices and limited access to sexual and reproductive health information are some of the reasons we have some grim statistics of young people between the ages of 15 and 24 years. This age accounts for more than 1/3 of all new HIV infections.
Worse still, only 54% of girls and 58% of boys possess accurate knowledge of HIV. In some instances, laws and policies exclude young people from accessing sexual and reproductive health care and HIV-related services such as voluntary and confidential HIV counseling and testing, contraception especially among sexual active young people, and sexual and reproductive health education.
All this has led to even more grim statistics, with 1 in every 5 teenage girls between the age of 15 to 19 years being either pregnant or has already given birth. 11% of girls between the ages of 15 to 19 years having experienced FGM. 7% of girls and 3% of boys between the ages of 15 to 19 years having ever experienced sexual violence, and a sizable proportion of girls being married before the age of 18.
There is hope though. In this digital era where 70% of youth are online, information is everywhere.
Moreover, parents and caregivers must now equally play an active role in the lives of young people by being available and offering relevant guidance on difficult topics such as sexuality.
That's very true. The case for investing in young people now is more than clear.
The solution is truly simple. Invest in the youth. Investments in the health, education, employment, and overall well-being of young people is crucial in helping them reach their full potential. Empowering the youth greatly enhances Kenya's productivity and prospects for development.
When given the right opportunities, youth are effective drivers of change and can create a resilient, sustainable future. And that is the future we want.